Welcome! Today is tutorial day. Finally. Right? It's about time. Push this up a little more. Further down. Just gotta give me a little bit to get ready. Oh, man. Once I get going, I'm usually okay. But, yeah, I'm gonna feel a lot better when this is all over. A lot better. I don't know how much I'm gonna get done today. I would like to get through Capital, but I'm not sure. We'll just have to see. Also, sorry, I need to run an ad. Otherwise, Twitch will kill me. Funky Firefly, thank you for a 3-year resub. Thank you very, very much. Damien, thank you for a 2-month resub. And Marcus, thank you for a 26-month resub. All right, let's warm up a little. And Patman, thank you for a 68-month resub. I won't have this webcam on for my tutorial making. Hey, you can see what my hands do finally. I mean, you could see before, but...
They're all fucking dead!
The hell's he yapping about? Take a break.
There you go.
Very nice. Excuse me? Okay. What? Doesn't matter. I hate this AI.
You're dead, asshole! You're gonna pay for that!
Dude.
You're gonna pay for that!
Oh my god.
You're dead, asshole!
Maybe he's like that strategy.
You're gonna pay for that!
What is up with the controls? So bad.
Fucker!
Fuck.
Fucker!
Why don't I just do that for consistency?
Pay for that! You're gonna pay for that!
I love that part of the game. I just love it. If they're aiming at you, they'll never miss. And you can never shoot them. It takes the gun out of your hand in a gun game. I just love it.
You're gonna pay for that! You're gonna pay for that! You're gonna pay for that! You're gonna pay for that!
How would the... Just playing around with something.
Asshole!
The white on the controller. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Maybe I can do something. Hold on.
Fucker! Dead asshole!
Right it is.
You're dead asshole!
Why am I struggling so much with this?
You're gonna pay for that.
Get him!
It's so slow.
You're dead, asshole!
It's probably not what I'm gonna encourage. Dude, just... What a mess.
You're gonna pay for that. You're gonna pay for that.
God.
You're gonna pay for it.
That's going to be the hardest thing about... I'm going to run one more thing of ads so they don't play. That's going to be the hardest thing about making this tutorial, is just the reality of, like, look, there's not one specific thing you have to commit to.
More of Robert's guys.
Shit, I see him. How do you know they're coming?
If something's
Our guys
easier or
died
you
trying
think
to
works
take
better
Tess
for
out.
you, then you do that.
Guarantee that she
There
and
isn't
Joel are on their way
one
here
specific
right now
way
to
you
get
have to
Robert.
do an area.
Jesus. We shouldn't have taken this job.
Not our call.
Quiet, Texas.
Let's spread out and make sure no one's creeping around in here.
Over here! You're gonna pay for that!
Like, when it comes to this area, I recommend doing exactly that.
More of Robert's guys.
Shit, I see him. How do you know they're coming?
2 of our guys died.
Hold on. I'm procrastinating a little bit.
Trying to take Tess out. I guarantee that she and Joel are on their way here right now to get Robert.
Jesus. We shouldn't have taken this job.
Not our call.
Quiet, Texas.
Let's spread out and make sure no one's creeping around in here.
Bitch! Over
Hey, we consolidated the crates in the south warehouse. Supplies are locked up.
Good.
This way! Hey, we consolidated the crates in the south warehouse. Supplies are locked up.
Good.
Whoa! Right here!
this game.
Hey, we consolidated the crates in the south warehouse. Supplies are locked up.
Good.
Whoa!
Ah, the pump fake. Greatest game ever. You want to throw a bottle at an enemy? Are you absolutely sure?
Hey,
Why don't I not do that
consolidated
so
the
you have a
crates in the
second
south
chance to
warehouse.
think about it?
Supplies are locked up.
Good.
Good one, Tex.
Right. There's a couple more areas. I'm procrastinating hard right now. Because I don't know what I want to mention. There's a lot of things to talk
Cover me.
about.
I'm moving up.
Aim for that.
How does that happen? As far as I'm concerned, that's the only thing that can go wrong here. Oh my god. Dude, I want to go back to the original so badly.
Cover me! I'm moving up!
You're gonna pay for this.
What's this one? I think I have an idea.
It's where we going, Tess?
I actually did want to test here.
Capitol building's in this direction.
Here we go.
Yep. That's what I remember.
It's where we going, Tess?
Capitol building's in this direction.
Here we go.
I just want to make like a final decision on
Where we
this.
going, Tess?
Whatever I do.
Capitol building's in this direction.
Here we go.
Nice. Again, I'm also just thinking how I
Where we
want to
going,
open
Tess?
the video.
Capitol building's in this direction.
Here we go.
I have no clue what I should advise people to do here.
It's where we going, Tess?
Capitol building's in this direction.
Here we go.
Climb on up.
Guess I should get going. No, it's for the tutorial. I'm not speedrunning today. Uh-oh. Gyms, I've been slacking a little, honestly. I think mentally I'll feel a lot better when I get this video done, out of the way. Alright, let's think about everything. Yo, ho. Hope. Say hope. I hope that's what you meant. Alright. Let me just think a little more. Once I get talking and like I get into teacher mode, I'm good. I just gotta get started. I'm just trying to think what I want to mention right at the start. Any pro tips? Get good. And invest in a good monitor. Like, I'm going to be recording for, like, consecutive hours, so... Maybe we should just get going. Okay. Describe how the game has evolved from... it's a completely separate game, so there's no... I can mention that. You know, it's like watching my tutorial on the original is not going to help you here because everything's different. Everything. Yeah, I guess I can mention that. Okay. I'm just gonna start talking. No, it's whatever. Hello everyone, and welcome to this Last of Us Remake Grounded Speedrun tutorial. Now this is Last of Us Remake, this is not the original Last of Us. If you want to, like, play the remake or speedrun the remake better, you need to watch this tutorial, not the original. These are two completely separate games. So, yeah, what should we talk about first? I gotta talk about some stuff before we actually get into the strategies and the run. Timing method, let's start with that. So the timing method of this game is in-game time, but more specifically, this game's built-in speedrunning mode. It's when you activate it on the main menu. Hold on, I'll just start like a fake run. Speedrun mode. When you're beginning a run, you want to activate speedrun mode right there. And it puts a little timer on the top right that keeps track of your times and stuff. That's the official timing method of this game. And the timer does not count during cutscenes, during loading times, and when the game is paused. So keep those in mind. I'm not going to have speedrun mode enabled for this tutorial because you're unable to make save files when speedrun mode is enabled, and we're going to be doing that for the sake of showing areas over and over again. What else? When submitting a restricted, on the leaderboards, there's like restricted and unrestricted because this game has a lot of accessibility features. Grounded rules follow the restricted rules, or grounded category follows the restricted rules. And what specifically has to be turned off are awareness indicators have to be turned off. You can show this either before or after you're done with an attempt, but awareness indicators have to be turned off. Lock-on aiming has to be turned off. High contrast display has to be turned off. Enhanced listen mode has to be off. Infinite breath has to be off. And skip puzzle has to be off. And combat accessibilities all have to be off. Now, if one of these are turned on and you try to begin a game, it will say, you have options enabled that we recommend disabling for grounded. Would you like to reset these options to their default? That's where you hit yes. If you hit no and do a speedrun and submit it, we won't accept it. Okay? Now, if everything that should be turned off is turned off, this won't pop up. So you're good. If this doesn't pop up, you're perfectly fine. If it does, hit yes, and you're good to go. Now, as for the fastest way to play, the moment I'm making this tutorial, this game is only out on PlayStation 5. The PC port comes out in 11 days, and I'll make a video. They're going to be treated as separate categories, and after this tutorial is made, I'll make a video if there are any differences in the PC version, which there probably will be. But we've waited long enough. I gotta make a tutorial for this thing. Even though this is on PS5, where is it? There's still a couple different ways to play. You have 2 different rendering modes, and you also have unlocked frame rate. Now, the fast and bestest, yeah, I'm good. Best way to play is performance mode with unlocked frame rate on. Now, unlocked frame rate can only be turned on if variable refresh rate and 120 hertz output is turned to automatic in your PlayStation 5's video settings. I highly recommend you play it this way. I personally have a rough time playing this game in a locked 60 FPS. The game just feels a little weird to me. But with this turned on, all of this turned on, the game feels a lot better. And it also offers a speed benefit because you actually move crates and dumpsters and pallets faster with the unlocked frame rate turned on. I guess the physics for moving objects is tied to the frame rate. It's weird, I know, but that's actually a thing. And there's a lot more I'm going to go over in this speedrun, but before watching this tutorial, I have a playlist here, Last of Us Speedrunning Remake Tutorial Playlist, blah, blah, blah. And it's constantly being updated with new information. This game's been out for about 6.5 months now, and we have a route in place that's very good, so you know, you don't want to make a tutorial like a month after a game releases. You want to wait a while before everything's found. And I'm sure more things will be found, but again, we've waited long enough. This playlist will continue to be updated, but I recommend watching all or most of these videos before you view this tutorial. Like this video right here talks about gameplay bugs that still have not been fixed, like certain things with the shotgun and the bow causing weapon sway and all that, and watching certain cutscenes saves time. I'll mention them in this tutorial, but they're best viewed as individual videos, so I highly recommend viewing these before watching the tutorial. And yeah, I don't want to dilly-dally too long. Let's just get right into it. Let's see. I'm going to turn off my webcam. And let's get going here. Now, again, awareness indicators have to be turned off, but for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to have them on to show you why we like start and stop in certain spots and stuff. It's way better to see it. Alright, so we'll just do new game, grounded. Oh, that's the other thing. If you pre-ordered this game, pre-order bonuses have to be turned off. That's part of the restricted rules. Normally you'd hit yes, but it's just the awareness indicators, so I'll have those turned off. And here we go. Again, this run uses in-game timer as its speedrun mode, as its official timing method. I also should point out, these are my aiming settings. It's what's most comfortable to me. This is just moving the right stick. This is aiming sensitivity, and then there's these two things. And I'm most comfortable with them right around here. Sometimes I put it here, but these are my personal aiming settings. And before we get going, I'm just trying to think of anything else to mention. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, let's just get going.
Hello?
Sarah, honey, I need to get your daddy on the phone.
Uncle Tommy?
And again, I
what
should
time is
mention
it?
one more
I need to talk to
time.
your dad now. There's something.
PC and
Uncle Tommy?
PlayStation 5 will be treated
Hello?
as two separate categories on the leaderboards. Now, even though it only looks like this game just got a facelift compared to the original, which it did, pretty much
Dad?
all of the strategies are different in the remake compared to the original.
Daddy?
So this is all the same. Just go downstairs and go through the door.
What was that?
Try not to bump into any invisible walls around the objects. Doesn't matter if you have sprint held down or not, she still moves at this speed.
There you are.
Sarah, are you okay?
Yeah?
Yeah, now the remake has added
come in
certain
here?
scenes and
No,
turned them into
come in
cutscenes.
here.
Like in the
Don't go near
original,
the
this is
door,
all
just
just one big
stand back
gameplay
there.
sequence.
Dad, you're kind of
But in the
freaking me out.
remake,
What's going on?
It's the Coopers.
I believe
Something
there's
live with
7 certain instances where
Kind of sick.
the game treats certain things as cutscenes. Like right here. This counts as a cutscene. In the original, it did not. And, you know, my current grounded record is lower than my original game grounded record. And everyone's just like, oh my god, how did you get the time lower than your original? During this scene, the timer isn't counting. in-game time versus RTA are incomparable. So, yeah, there's this logic applied to like 7 different scenes, probably just to make this all look better. But
Dad?
yeah, coincidentally, this is one of the cutscenes that's actually faster to watch through, and the reason for that, again, I recommend looking at the video in the playlist, but because I explain it better there. But it has to do when the timer starts up again, because every time you skip a cutscene or restart encounter, there's a black screen for about 1 to 1.1 seconds where the timer is counting.
Yeah.
Tommy, come on.
And there are 12 cutscenes out of 50 or 51
Any idea what's going on?
where watching them all the way through
You got blood all over you.
is actually beneficial to the speedrun mode timer.
Lost their minds.
Can we just please go?
It's all about manipulating the speedrun mode timer. That's what it is.
Tell me what happened.
Later.
You got 3 different Last of Us games, and they're all timed with something different.
How you holding up, honey?
The original game is a normal timer because all the load times are consistent.
Can we hear us on the
Part
radio?
2 uses in-game timer, but we use the load screen file, what time it shows on there.
No cell phone.
And in this game, it has its own dedicated speedrun mode, so we use that.
Radio newsman wouldn't shut up.
They say where to go?
They said, Army's put up roadblocks on the highway.
Now, what else to mention?
No good running Travis
With
County.
regards to upgrading Joel's weapons on like work tables and stuff, or workbenches, we don't do any of that because, unlike the original and like Part 2, it shows Joel manually upgrading all of the weapons, and that takes way too long. So you do not need a single part
Christ, how did they
to upgrade anything in this speedrun. It is not worth it.
But we ain't the only town. First they're saying it's just the south.
As for supplements, it's kind of the same thing as the original. We pick up 50 supplements to upgrade weapon sway, and we upgrade it in the elevator shaft in the Pittsburgh hotel.
I'm sure he did.
Now those 50, we end up picking them up in different places compared to the original game, so it's not an exact copy from the original. However, all the parts and supplements are in the exact same places as the original, but we don't pick them up in the same places.
See what they need.
And there's some other stuff.
Got a
Let's
kid,
see.
Joel.
So do
But
we.
we have room.
Keep
There was a thing with crafting ingredients in the original where if you picked up your first bomb or Molotov or Shiv or modded weapon, you would also get this, like,
Should have.
it would fill in your inventory of the same crafting ingredients needed to craft whatever it is you picked up for the first time. That is not here in this game. So if you pick up your first of something, you just have the bomb or the modded weapon, and that's it.
Same damn idea.
You do not get any crafting ingredients with your first pickup of something. Now, one thing I'll say about Grounded in this game compared to the original, there's a lot more crafting ingredients.
Tommy!
Holy shit!
And you just have a bit more ammo to work with. Like, there are ammo pickups, like, unlike parts and supplements, there are a lot more crafting ingredients and ammo pickups in this game on Grounded compared to the original. You get a lot more stuff, basically.
No. Come on, people, move.
But we're still at the point where, like, there's a bullet assigned to every enemy.
Oh no.
It's routed very, very well, I believe. But you still rely on certain drops in some areas.
Drive through!
Get back up there!
They're behind me too!
There! Hold on! Go!
And I'll think of more stuff to say as we get going. Ouch. Alright, but let's start with intro. For intro,
Daddy? Hey.
in the original, enemies would, like, or not enemies, but people running through the streets would block you, and they'd always look really weird, and Tommy had, like, a consistent running pattern. It's, like, basically all the exact opposite in this version. So, people running through the street will actually acknowledge your existence and not run through you. They will try to ignore you, basically. So, a quick route to the theater that explodes is very consistent. The only thing that's inconsistent is Tommy.
Dad?
There are times where he gets blocked by people and isn't sprinting the whole way. Basically, this entire, like, you most of the time will not get blocked by anybody, but Tommy will. But you have absolutely no control over that. None whatsoever.
Keep us safe.
So all we are going to do here, you don't need to hold down sprint to make them run faster. All we are going to do here is run.
Just keep your eyes closed, honey.
On a pretty specific route. Just get to the theater as fast as you can. You don't need to worry about Tommy because he doesn't run nearly as fast as he does in the original. Ignore that window because you can actually die if you're the one that makes the runner break the glass. So ignore that sidewalk. And again, most of the time you won't get blocked by anybody. Most of the time. Now right here, don't trigger the explosion. Head right for that alleyway. And I'll explain why. Make a beeline for this alleyway. Okay, that was bad luck, but let me explain what happens here. Again, Tommy is the only thing that's random here. You may occasionally get blocked by somebody running in the streets, but that's unlikely because they're programmed to like acknowledge your existence more. Tommy is the only random thing is the only randomness in this area. Tommy can he rarely ever surpasses you running through these streets. So when you make it down this alley, there are 3 things that can happen. 1, he is like right next to you, and he'll start standing, and he'll run to this point right here. In which case, he'll acknowledge the explosion. Get back, there's too many of them. Another thing that can happen is he'll get like right here, and then acknowledge the explosion, or like you saw right there, go all the way back there. I would probably reset the run if he was that far back. It's random, and there's, again, 3 different things that can happen. Now, the reason I mentioned going straight for the alleyway is because if he's really, really far behind you, I might die here, and you're in the middle of the street, he will run all the way to this spot right here. Hold on. Yeah, he will run all the way to this spot right here, acknowledge the explosion, get back, there's too many of them, and then go this way. If he hasn't progressed too far and you get right here, Tommy will stop his running and make a beeline for the alleyway. So no matter what you do, again, you can't control him, but no matter what you do, when you get past that fire truck over there, make a beeline right here. And you can tell Tommy stops because Sarah lets out this little gasp. That's an indication that Tommy stopped moving. If it's delayed, it means Tommy's gonna run up next to that manhole there. If you do hear the little gasp, it means he stops and he'll acknowledge the explosion right away. Again, it doesn't have to do with when you trigger the explosion. It has to do with when Tommy stops moving. That's pretty much it. Make a beeline for the alley, basically.
He's dead! God damn it!
And then just follow Tommy. Tommy can sometimes glitch out there, but it doesn't happen too often.
Keep going! Find a way out of here!
And then just go.
Come on! Go! Get to the highway! Go! You got Sarah! I can outrun him!
Uncle Tommy?
I will meet you there!
That's the one good thing about this intro is
Daddy, we can't leave him!
you're not gonna get blocked by anyone. Only problem is Tommy, you've no clue where he's gonna be.
They're getting closer.
One time he wasn't even at the fire truck when I made it to the alley. Other times he was already like in his spot in front of the theater. You're gonna get a different Tommy every time. Alright, and that's a cutscene, so we skip that one. By the way, the reason we use like an in-game timer for this game speedrun is because while loading screens you can tell there are fast, this is on PlayStation 5, the loading times are different every time. So while they are fast, they are not the same. So that's why we have to use an in-game timer.
The checkpoint's still open.
Only got a few hours left until curfew.
Well, we better hurry up then.
All right here you want to run into Tess, like on her right side, and then follow her as soon as you see her going towards the gate. That's how she moves the fastest. If you're to her left side, I notice she starts walking towards the gate a little bit slowly. And then just like the original, you can't sprint or anything here, just try and get as close to her as you can.
Attention. Citizens are required to carry a current ID at all times. Compliance with all city personnel is mandatory. Look at that. Ration line hasn't opened yet.
Right, he can run here, but you don't need to hold down sprint. All right, now Tess is going to push you, just like Tommy did in the original, in the intro. Now, she's only going to push you for a little bit. You just want to hang right around here. Tess will push you for a little bit. When you get right around here, then you make a beeline towards the... she keeps running in that direction, so you want to break off from that path and just make it like a straight line beeline for this little cone right here. It doesn't pay to get pushed by her the whole way.
Drive on through.
And you go. All right, this one's a little bit weird to explain, but we're gonna do a quick turn and
Day off, visiting a friend.
then run behind Tess. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to run in a very specific direction to manipulate Tess. If you follow her right away, if you follow right behind her, Tess is going to slow down once you get a certain distance to the building that you end up running through. So basically you want to put some, even though you're following behind her, you don't want to follow right behind her. You want to put some distance between herself and you. So what you basically do is run in a straight line, to her left. Basically just copy what I'm about to do. I forget what it is. I think it's like a flower pot or something. I always sprint just to the left of it. And then when I notice Tess makes a beeline towards the building, that's when I turn towards it. So it's basically going to look like this. You don't have to do the quick turn, but Tess will only start moving when you put the camera on her. So you do want to do a quick turn, which is back and X. So that little thing in the back over there, I sprint just to the left of it, and Tess is going to sprint towards the building. When she says, looks like the coast is clear, that's when she starts slowing down to a jog. So you want her to sprint pretty far, but not too far so that you're not at the door when she opens it. That was basically perfect. But yeah, something very minor like that can also be pretty specific. Okay, now she's going to prompt you to heal using this med kit she gives you. Now there's two things you can do. One, you can heal. Another is you can do a restart encounter the moment the game prompts you to heal. And you can move right away, but it eats your med kit and you don't get your health back. That explosion from the truck depleted some of your health. And I can tell you, Slums, Wharf, and Cargo is a lot worse in this game compared to the original. So, for Grounded, even I don't take that chance. There's 40% of your health gone already. Get the health back with this. I'm imploring you. Up and hold R1. Or R2. That's something else I didn't mention. You can actually map your controls in this game, so if you want to... I use L1 and R1 to shoot. But if you L2, R2, that's fine as well.
You see that shit?
I was there.
Whatever your prompt is.
It's clear.
But yeah, I don't recommend using that restart checkpoint.
Where are you off to?
Gonna pay
I
Robert.
really don't.
You too?
Who else is looking for him?
Marlene?
The original had it so you could get past these two. You can't here.
What do the Fireflies need with Robert?
Not possible.
She'd tell me
Well, what did you tell her?
the truth. I got no
You
idea where
can't.
he's at.
You can crouch, but it's actually slower.
Hey, you stay out of trouble, all right? Military's gonna be
Nothing
out
we
in
can
force
do. You
soon.
just gotta walk.
See you around.
Marlene looking for Robert? What do you make of that?
I don't like it.
All right, now for restart checkpoints. There's a lot more restart checkpoints in this game because each restart checkpoint only wastes 1 second versus 2.5 to 3 seconds it took you in the original. And the way you can indicate when a checkpoint has been hit is when it goes from 1 minute, right there, to less than 1 minute. That lets you know a checkpoint has been hit, and we know all the areas where you get a benefit from a restart checkpoint. And again, if I was doing an attempt right now, the timer would not be going. So you're allowed to do this. It's about halfway between these tiles here, where the checkpoint is, and this checkpoint just places you both in the room, so it's a lot faster. But right here, wait for the change. Right there, see that? It transitioned from 1 minute to less than 1 minute. So you restart checkpoint, and you are both in this room. It's actually the exact same one as the original.
Over here.
It's been quiet. No signs of military or infected.
That's what I like to hear.
You want to stand right about here. In the original, you could hold down triangle, like in anticipation of triangle prompts that pop up.
Joel, give me a hand with this.
In this game, as you can see, you can't do that. So each triangle prompt in this game has to be manually pressed. You only have to hit right a little bit there.
Y'all take it easy out there.
Let there be light.
All right, in here, you finally need to start holding down sprint, otherwise he'll be,
God, this place reeks.
well, his running speed will be a little bit slower.
Let's grab our
Or
gear.
I think that's the case when we get outside.
Our backpacks are still here from last time.
Pick up your stuff. Now, you don't want to reload your pistol right away, and I'll tell you why. There's a thing in this game where when you're reloading a gun or you're swapping from one gun to the other, if you pick something up, Joel won't do the animation of picking it up because he's busy reloading or swapping weapons. And that saves a lot of time because you don't have to crouch down to pick it up. If you're in the middle of swapping guns or reloading and you hit triangle to pick something up, Joel will keep reloading or swapping and it'll just teleport to your inventory. So coming up here, there's 2 pistol bullets that we want to pick up, but we're going to reload our pistol as we're doing it so the movement is faster. And we're going to do that for just about every single pickup in the game. It's something that you need to get used to because it will save you a lot of time over the course of the run. So basically, don't reload your pistol here or outside. Wait until you get to that guy who's trapped in the under the locker in the spores. Also, the triangle prompt pops up pretty quick there. So yeah, just sprint to that triangle prompt. Right here, you want to be standing just about underneath. If you're too far away here, the triangle prompt won't work. You want to be right here. And triangle prompt here. Now, in the original, we would leap over this counter and like time our like crouch walking and sprinting. There's a lot less objects you can sprint over. In this, you can leap over in this game. I'm not sure why they did that. There's just a lot less objects you can leap over in this game. So anything in this area, you cannot leap over. So we're going to use the doorways. But you're forced to walk here. And crouch walk, just like the original, crouch walking is faster than walking. So as soon as we gain control of Joel, we're going to go straight to the right. And then after he's done talking, he can jog again. So it'll all look a little bit like this. So as soon as you can move him, crouch him.
Be careful.
When am I not?
Get outside.
Got a trick question?
And then hold down sprint. If you held sprint any earlier, he wouldn't have been running. So, yeah. Do it just like that.
Got it.
Great, bring it over.
Triangle prompt on the ladder. This is pretty self-explanatory. And as soon as you see the triangle prompt pop up there, you're safe to hit triangle. You won't accidentally place it down on the ground. All right, now mash forward and X to get on the ladder, and right there is a checkpoint that's hit, which will teleport you to the top of the ladder. And there's that. All right, now right here, there's a lot here, so I'm going to make a save file. Good thing about this game, when you make save files to practice, you no longer have to like make a second save file because these don't get overwritten, which is very, very, very nice for practice. In the original, you had to save one and then save it under another one because you couldn't turn off autosaving. In here, autosaving, there is autosave files, but not in the ones you manually save over, so it's very good. All right, right here, we're going to go down the stairs, and then Tess is going to push us, kind of like Tommy in the original game's intro. So yeah, it looks a little something like this.
Down through here.
That's why I made the file. I'll go back and show you.
You think Robert's still got our guns?
For his sake,
The Tess
he better.
can
Once we
push
get our
you a little bit
merchandise
there.
back, it should be easy to unload.
And then right here, you
Hold
want
up.
to crouch.
Spores.
After they're done talking and he starts putting on the mask, then you hold sprint. It's a little bit different compared to the original where you had to crouch, and at certain points the game takes away your ability to run, so you want to crouch walk, and then when you're able to run again, you want to manually press sprint again to stand up and run. Again, when you get ready, I didn't perform it properly with
Down
Tess
through here.
pushing me, but yeah, want to get right here,
You think Robert's still got our guns?
For his sake,
have her push you,
he better.
Look, once we get our merchandise back, it should be easy
and then
to unload.
crouch right there.
Hold up. Spores.
When Joel puts on his mask, then you can start sprinting again, and then go.
Place was
I'll show that off one more time because I want to show Tess pushing me better. It's not a big deal because you got to end up crouch walking like right there anyway. So
Down through here.
sometimes she's slow to get down there.
Robert's still got our guns?
for his sake, he better.
Yeah,
Once we get our
whatever.
merchandise
You
back,
get
it should be
it.
easy
Try and
to
get her to
unload.
push you.
Hold up.
It's not as easy as it
Spores.
looks. When they're done talking, hold down
How are
sprint
these coming from?
and then crouch under
Place
here.
was clear last time.
Coming out of something.
You can ignore that.
Stay alert.
I should be able to.
And then
fit
triangle
there.
prompt this thing.
You okay?
Yeah. Damn ceiling's falling apart. Be careful.
Walk through here. All right, here's where we're going to pick up some pistol ammo. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to, it's either R2 or R1 for you guys. For me, it's R1. I'm going to mash R1 to reload my pistol that we just got in the previous area. And then I'm going to walk forward and mash triangle to pick up ammo that's on the ground. And you'll see he won't crouch down to pick it up. And it's one of those things, when you apply that logic to like the entire game, it ends up saving you a lot of time.
Easy. Jesus. Watch it, watch it.
So there's the ammo over there. Mash reload. And I just picked up the ammo because you could hear it. You could hear it. Again, you're right here. Mash reload, pick it up, and go. No. Okay, as for right here, I'll make another save file. This part's a lot easier compared to the original. Now, something I forgot to mention, with regards to ammo and potentially getting ammo dropped, the logic is the same as the original, and what it was for the original. On Grounded, you would only get pistol ammo dropped if you are at 3. You could write this down if you want. With pistol ammo, you need to be at 3 or less to get a pistol bullet dropped by an enemy. With the revolver and the shotgun, it's 2 or less. And with the rifle, we never rely on rifle drops. We rely on rifle pickups in set locations, so you don't have to worry about the rifle. You don't have to worry about the shorty getting drops or El Diablo. Really, it's just pistol, revolver, and shotgun that you want to rely on getting certain drops in certain areas. Which, again, the pistol is 3 or less. Revolver and shotgun are 2 or less. And what else? Yeah, what we're doing right now is we're setting up having as much pistol ammo as we possibly can for Slums, because Slums is a brutal area on Grounded. It just is. Not necessarily the first 2 parts, but the last part, it is really bad. So you want as much pistol ammo as you possibly can for that last area. So that's kind of what we're doing now. We're not going to use any pistol ammo here. And we have 7, so we're just going to end up using a lot of pistol ammo for Slums. We're kind of hoarding it. All right, I will show this off once and then go back.
How you want to handle it?
Perfect. That strat is technically possible in the original, but it's a lot easier to sneak. In the original, you couldn't crouch walk at full speed. you'd have to like very gently move the left stick. Here you can, as long as you're not like right next to a runner, you can just crouch walk at full speed and even stand up and sprint a little. That was not possible in the original, so yeah. All right, let's go back and I'll show off the specifics. What should I mention first? Well, first, the game disables your ability to stand up right away, but what circle button does, if you notice, I hit circle right away, and that actually kind of propels his momentum a little bit forward, so it's a little easier to get around this doorway. And then you see I aim, because it's the same thing as crouch walking very slowly, but aiming just feels safer. It's kind of like a little, I'm not going to say cheat. It's a very convenient thing. If you're crouched, aiming, and moving, you can't, unless you bump into the runner, you can't make enough noise so that a non-alerted infected can hear you. And you move at pretty much the same speed as, you know, slowly crouch walking, but it, you know, you could accidentally press the left stick too hard and then you end up getting alerted. Or if you move it just barely, it's not as fast as aiming and just holding forward. Basically, aiming and holding forward eliminates any input that you didn't want to happen, and it works. So again, as soon as I'm able to move Joel, I'm going to hit circle, because that'll just propel his momentum a little bit forward without him standing up, because the game doesn't let you stand up here for some reason, in this specific spot. And then I'm going to aim when I get close to that runner, and then let go of aim when I've moved past him, and then start standing up and sprinting and crouching at specific spots to avoid getting alerted later. So I'll do it one more time, and then I'll come back here to show you consequences of things that can happen.
How you want to handle it?
And that's the reason I have awareness indicators on, to show you why alerts happen and by who. Yeah, you want to stand up right here, and then start sprinting right here, and then crouch right here. And then you want to jump out of there, because if you just get to the ledge, he'll like get stuck there and then lean off. But if you jump, he just jumps right away. So, yeah.
Up ahead. You hear that? Shh.
Okay. So again, you don't have to hit circle here if you don't want. I just find it a little bit easier to propel his movement forward. Now again, if you don't aim the whole way, he spots you. You can't crouch walk at full speed next to an enemy.
Up ahead. You hear that? Shh.
Looks like we're going to be looking at this for a while. So I like to aim right about here. Now, if you let go too early, he spots you. So, oh yeah, okay. We'll just go from here. That's why you want to aim here and then let go just a little bit before this doorway. It doesn't have to be perfect. Now, I use this object right here as an indicator to know when to stand up, because jogging, I'm not holding down sprint while I'm moving, but your movement standing up is a lot faster than your movement crouch walking. Now, if I stand up just like at the start of this one, just past this one. So again, for me, I stand up right about here. However, if you were to do that a little bit early, like this, see how specific it is? It's one of those things you don't want to play around with it. That's why I like to just a little bit past this thing. You can stand up and you're safe. Now, if you sprint, if you start sprinting too early, hold on.
Jesus.
If you start sprinting too early, like here, they will hear that. So where I usually sprint is Not here. Like, when you just start up these set of stairs right there. Again. Aim. If he does that little flinch, it's still okay. You can let go. Stand up right here. Sprint right here. And then you want to crouch when you get on this piece of wood, because I don't know if it's the noise or something. I think they can see you. It's a combination of them seeing you and hearing you. But yeah, when you're sprinting, crouch right here. And that's pretty much all there is to it. If we put it all together,
Up ahead. You hear that? Shh.
should all look like, well, you've already seen it working, but now you know why everything works. Let's show it off one more time. I like to take the gun out so he aims a little bit earlier. I hit circle for a little momentum boost there. Aim, get to his left. That should be far enough. Let go of aim. Stand up, right about here. Start sprinting, right about here. Crouch, right about there. And then mash X to jump out of here. And that's it. Again, it's probably a little faster to use ammo there, but you really, really want to conserve pistol ammo for slums. You really, really do. You gotta trust me on that.
After you.
Some fresh air. Cover the entrance.
I got it.
Alright, same as the original. Get under here. I like to jump out of there because, again, it has to do with momentum.
Here, pass it to me.
Now, in the original, Tess, like, teleports to the top with the plank already set down when you've, like, gone back to her. It kind of happens off camera and stuff. The same logic applies here. Basically, don't dilly-dally here. You want
A
to...
bit heavy.
I think I can handle it.
All right.
You want to get back to her as soon as you can. If you don't do that movement specifically, she will... You will lose time. Now, right here, I like to hug the right side when I hop off here.
Make sure there ain't any.
Otherwise, I've noticed if you hug the left side, Tess's movement is
Come on.
kind of delayed here. So when you go down that little fire escape there, or those stairs, hug the right side. And then just kind of lead Tess into the doorway. Because she's the one who has to open it.
Shut it.
Now there's a checkpoint here. It's as soon as Tess turns on her flashlight, a little bit after that. Right about there. Checkpoint is hit, and that places her just up ahead. That saves more than 1 second, and again, a restart checkpoint wastes about 1 second, so...
Hey, little man.
Yeah.
Make sure the coast is clear. No soldiers, none of Robert's men, huh?
Okay.
You know he's
Now.
expecting us.
Well, that'll make it more
Slums, Wharf, and Cargo are a lot worse in this game compared to the original. It's a lot worse. You just want to get around her.
Hey, Tess, right there. Hey, man, how you doing?
interesting. No, we're not.
I can honestly say it is one of, not the hardest, but it is one of the hardest parts of the run. Which I know you don't want to hear, but it's true.
Where do you think you're going?
Malik, sit back down.
Oh, sorry, Tess. Didn't realize you two were together.
All right, now triggering this little in-game cinematic up here, in the original was dependent on where Tess was, but here it's dependent on where you are. So you want to hold down sprint and just make a beeline towards that little doorway there.
I'm looking for Robert. He come through here?
Half hour ago. He went back to the wharf. He's there now.
All right, remember, we have 7 pistol bullets, and they are all reloaded. Just want to make it through the doorway here. I'm going to make another save file.
Here we go.
What do I mention here? Okay. This game has a built-in begging mechanic. where when you knock to the ground the last enemy in an area, they can get on their knees and beg for their life. No, don't kill me, man. Please, please don't kill me. Let me go. And it basically prevents Joel from killing them for about 7 seconds sometimes. But the way around that, there is a way around it. Not the begging, but killing them quickly. And that doesn't apply to every area. The way that mechanic works, you can't turn it off. It's in the game. The way that mechanic works is if you get it in one area, it won't happen again for a long time. Like, for the rest of Slums, it won't happen, or something like that. There's basically a cooldown for it. So if it happens here, it won't happen again for a while. So we want to get the begging to happen here, so we can actually not have it happen in the later parts of Slums. And, yeah. Anyway, the way around having to wait like 7 or 8 seconds for the guy to plead for his life, if you put the camera off of him, move the left stick around. It doesn't have to be away from him. I recommend like left and right, but it has to be moving. And mash square. Joel will kill him almost instantly. Here, I made a save file, so we'll just show you. Now, we're going to use 1 pistol bullet on the first guy, and then we are going to sprint punch the second guy. And we're going to do it in a way... Well,
you don't want to do this.
There used to be a strat where we headshot the second guy to avoid the begging, but we need that spare bullet for the last part of Slums. You can show this off as many times as we like. So the strategy looks like...
Fuck this.
Take cover!
Looks like this. You use R1 to take out your gun. You run forward, you crouch, you get a headshot.
The angle on them.
So it looks like this. His head's gonna be there every time. You sprint. There's the begging. Now watch this. If you...
Look, man. Look, we can work something out, all right?
Again. Did you see how long it took for me to kill him? Yeah, I know, sorry. We gotta rewatch this every time we want to perform this area. Did you see how long it took for me to kill him?
Let us through.
You guys need to turn around and head back if you know
Again,
what's good for
if you put the camera off of him,
We just want Robert.
and you're moving left or right,
Turn the fuck around.
you're constantly moving.
I'm not going anywhere without Robert.
I don't recommend moving towards him, but if
That's
you're
your
moving
stuff.
like left or
Unless you
right,
turn around and get your
Joel will
dumb
kill
ass
him a
out
lot
of here.
faster. Now, this first guy that we headshot, the reason I aimed so early at him is because he can sometimes pop up right away. In that specific example, he took a while to pop up. But, yeah, whether or not he pops up right away or later is random. So I basically like to sprint forward a little bit and then aim. If you end up waiting a little bit, maybe just like aim and forward. And I also like to crouch because it limits some of the weapon sway. It should be obvious, but if you're aiming while crouched, the weapon sway is less compared to aiming while standing. So when I aim, I like to crouch.
Fuck this.
But again, when this guy pops up, his head will be in the same spot every time, but whether he pops up right away or not is random. And as for the second guy that we sprint punch, I'll show you what a quick kill is going to look like, but when the second guy pops up is random as well. So if he pops up right away, he won't shoot you, but you want to sprint punch right away. If he doesn't pop up right away, you want to wait till the last second to sprint punch him, because if you punch him in the back, you can't get a begging animation on him. So basically, you want to sprint punch him from the front.
I'll cover you. Get the angle on them.
See how he stood up right away? So I did a sprint punch early. If he took forever to stand up, I would throw this sprint punch like right on top of him. It guarantees you can punch him in the front, because if you punch him in the back, he won't go into the begging. So he's going to go into the begging. Now watch what I do.
Let's just be cool, man.
Okay, the camera pointed.
Easy, all right?
Sorry, I didn't show that off very well. But, yeah, the camera kind of turned around on its own. You really want to, like, move the camera as well. You want to, like, keep it in a direction so you can't, so it won't turn back on its own. I don't know why it did that there.
Here we go.
So we'll show that off again. Again, this area is important. You want this sets the table for the rest of Slum, so you want it to go well.
You guys need to turn around and head back if you know what's good for you.
Our beef isn't with you. We just want Robert. You don't want to do this.
Turn the fuck around and leave now.
I'm not going anywhere without Robert.
Bitch, I will bash your skull unless you turn around and get your dumb ass out of here.
Fuck this.
Take cover!
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so sprint forward, pull out your gun, crouch and aim. Headshot. See, he popped up a little bit later there, so I waited till I was on top of him to throw the sprint punch. All right, turn the camera.
Hey, hey!
Did you see how much quicker he was to kick him? It was a lot faster. So you want to be moving Joel a little bit left and right. Keep the camera off of him. If you need to do this, do it. You know. I think it's more likely the camera won't turn back on him automatically if you're like constantly moving the camera. But then just always be mashing square as well. And then after you kill him, this is why you want the begging here. If you keep pausing over and over, the game will finally say, all right, the encounter is over. I didn't even mention this. When the encounter begins, notice there's 2 restart checkpoints here. One's a checkpoint, the other is an encounter. There's only 2 here when you're in an encounter. You know. And this is a handy way to know when a checkpoint has been hit. So we're just pausing over and over. Eventually it's going to go back down to 1, just like that, because the game is like, all right, the encounter's over. Now, if you restart checkpoint, it places you all the way over here, which saves time versus going there after the kill. So I will do all of that one more time.
Here we go.
And yeah, again, the first guy, his head is going to be in the same spot every time.
Turn around and head back if you know what's good for you.
Our beef isn't with you. We just want Robert.
But when he pops up will be random, which is why you want to aim early. And I like to pull up my gun, sprint forward, and crouch, and then aim. And then the second guy, if he stands up late, throw a sprint punch right on top of him. If he stands up early, throw the sprint punch early.
You ready?
Yeah.
And then the begging.
I'll cover you. Get the angle on them.
Boom. All right, there's what happens if you hit him in the back. Now again, notice, because I hit him in the back, the game doesn't force him into the begging because they react very strangely when you hit them in the back. It's annoying, honestly. But turn the camera off of, turn the camera, it's not letting me. Yeah, all right, we'll do that one more time and then we'll move on.
Here we go.
It's annoying. Play around with it, you'll get it.
You guys need to turn around and head back if you know what's good for you.
Our beef isn't with you.
Yeah, I think that doesn't usually happen to me. I think to avoid the camera turning back towards him, always be moving the right stick as well. It's something you might have to do more than once in this game. So
unless you turn around and get your dumb ass out of here.
Fuck this.
Take cover.
You ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I'll cover you. Get the angle on them.
Oh, right there. Right there. I'm glad I did that. Did you see how early he popped up compared to, say, like, the first attempt? Again, you have no control over that. There was nothing I did wrong to make that happen, like I was delayed in my movement or something. It's random. It's just random.
Our beef isn't
I still don't recommend, like, only running a little bit forward, because if you're, like, in your starting position when you headshot him, the second guy's going to shoot you, all right? So you still need to move a little bit forward. One of those things, kind of just like Tommy in the intro. You don't have control over it.
Take cover.
You ready?
All right, let's put this all together. We're spending way too long here.
Get the angle on them.
Get the gun, sprint forward, crouch, headshot. He popped up early, so I'm going to throw the sprint punch early. Keep the camera off of him. Move around. Kick. Pause. Goes from 2 to 1. Restart checkpoint. We move on. All right, that was perfect. That was perfect. So that should leave us with 6 pistol bullets. This triangle prompt, you want to stand a little bit far back.
Give her a hand.
If you stand right underneath her, Joel will take like 2 steps back to climb up here. All right, there's our 6. You want to reload while you're here. And so begins this part. Now, because we got the guy to beg in the previous area, he will not beg here. Gotta make a file.
More of Robert's guys.
Shit, I see him.
How do you know they're coming?
Now, just the way this area works, it's just like the original. There's a locked door over there. Now, whoever you kill last is the one who has the key for that door. So we want the guy we kill last to be the one closest to the door. Now, we're going to get 2 headshots and then sprint punch the last guy to death. Now, sprint punches in this game, in the original, you would throw sprint punch, go backwards, go forward, and then sprint punch again. In the remake, you don't have time. All the combat is a lot slower. So you don't have time to go back and forward. So what happens in this game, what you want to do, is when you sprint punch, continue to hold forward and then do it again. For some reason, it just works, okay?
2 of our guys died trying to take Tess out. I guarantee that she and Joel are on their way here right now to get Robert.
Jesus.
So it all
We shouldn't have taken this job.
looks like this.
Another call.
2 headshots and then
Spread
sprint
out,
punch the
make
last
sure
guy to
no one's
death.
creeping around in here.
God damn it!
He drops the key, and you move on. All right, thank God I was able to do that. Because I have a feeling it won't go as cleanly when I do it over and over. Okay. You don't want to do this area from a restart checkpoint because that strat is a lot more difficult to do. Frankly, it just doesn't work.
How do you know they're coming?
2 of our guys died trying to take Tess out. I guarantee that she and Joel are on their way here right now to get Robert.
So again, I'll go over some basics, but that climb,
Another call. Let's spread out and make sure no one's creeping around in here.
get to about right here. Headshot. Headshot. All right, the reason he's begging now is because I made a save file. The game isn't able to keep track of the fact that you got a beg in the previous area. But you saw what I did, right? I basically
Hey!
threw a sprint punch there. You run forward and then do it again. You don't go like that and then backwards and forwards. I don't recommend it, okay? Now, as for the leaping over here, like when you start out right here and you just leap over, you can see he does that very, very slowly. So what you want to do is you want to, even if you hold sprint, it's still not that fast. So what I recommend is holding sprint at a left angle. I didn't have sprint held down. At a left angle.
Move up. Move up.
And he does it faster. Again, I have to do this from here. So basically, you turn the camera, you hold sprint, you hold it at an angle right about here, you mash X, and in my opinion, that gets him over the crates the fastest.
Trying to take Tess out.
And then you get in front of the stairs in the doorway, and then you get that first headshot. Now, as for the second headshot, I recommend getting both these headshots standing up. I know I recommended crouching to get these headshots, but I recommend getting these standing up because you can turn the camera and Joel's body a lot faster compared to crouch walking. And also, it just aligns up these headshots a lot more conveniently. Now, when you get the second headshot on that enemy, you don't want to just aim at his head. You want to aim, like, down and to the right, because that guy will always sprint towards you. And when he ducks down to sprint towards you, it'll align right with the reticle. So don't aim for the second guy's head. Aim for, like, the left part of his chest or something. Our right, you know? And then the other guy will take cover behind those crates back there. He doesn't go after you. He goes after those crates. So, yeah, again, turn the camera, hold down sprint, left, and X. He jumps up really quickly. Get your gun out. Come here, right in front of the stairs. Get a headshot. Aim right about there for the headshot. And then sprint forward and then do another sprint punch. And then go. Now, one thing that can happen, again, this doesn't really work. Oh, God. This doesn't really work from a restart encounter, this strategy. You can also slam his head into the table. Yeah, like I said, it's messy. I do not recommend doing this from a restart encounter. Now, normally the last guy doesn't beg. The reason we do 2 sprint punches and a kick on the last guy instead of sprint punch and a bullet is because we need ammo for the next area. And also because if you kill the last guy too quickly, the wrong enemy will drop the key. In this game, and even in the original, the game takes a long time to recognize that an enemy has been killed. Like, they may have died, but the game's like, hold on, he's not dead. Not yet, not yet. Okay, now. It's kind of the same logic with getting your arrows back in the original. Sometimes it would just take a while before you could pick them up. It's kind of the same thing. So, yeah, that's why you kind of want to kill the last guy relatively slowly. Again, if you were to sprint punch and shoot him, it's likely that the key would be dropped by somebody else. Because we're getting these kills so quickly and the game takes a long time for them to recognize that they're dead. Also, with the first headshot, aim for his head. If you aim any lower, you'll shoot him in the neck, in the throat. And if that happens, it is the longest kill animation in this game. It's so dramatic and played out. If that happens, he's going to be the one to drop the key because you kill the next 2 enemies before the game's like, all right, the first guy is dead. So don't shoot him in the throat. Shoot him in the head. And that's just about it. And again, personally, I feel these headshots are easier to get when you're standing.
Guys died trying to take Tess out. I guarantee that she and Joel are on their way here right now to get Robert. Jesus.
I'm gonna like turn the camera, sprint. All right, that wasn't a quick climb, but you should be able to get in your spot fast enough. Also, don't kill that first guy too early because Tess needs some time to kill that one guy over there with a shiv. So that's the reason we want to walk all the way over to that doorway and then headshot him at the kind of the last second before you would get alerted.
How do you know they're coming?
2 of our guys died trying to
Yeah, if you wait too long, the guy inside is going to notice you. The timing-wise, it all works out pretty well. So sprint, hold up left. I don't know why he's climbing slow. Doesn't really matter. Get to right about here. Headshot him. And then throw a sprint punch. And then normally he wouldn't beg here. Oh, that was a good example of killing him quickly. Did you see that? Again, normally you would sprint punch him, sprint punch him again, and then kick him. You'd get the key, and you would move onward. Now, when you hear Joel turn the key in that door, that's when a checkpoint has been hit. You can restart checkpoint, and it'll place you right here. The encounter's already begun, and it places the enemies in a more favorable spot. So, yeah. And you should have, let's see, we had 6, 5, you should have 4 bullets here. That's really important, because if you have 3 bullets here, whether you have 3 bullets here or 4 bullets here, it affects the ammo drops for these enemies. I personally have noticed if you enter here with 3, you usually get a drop from 1 of them. But if you come in here with 4, you're guaranteed a drop from 2 of them. It doesn't make any sense. I know. But that's just how it works. Actually, now that I think about it, you're not guaranteed a drop from 2 of them, but I think either way you're guaranteed a drop from one of them, but it's from different enemies. It's weird. Basically, always enter here with 4 pistol bullets. Always. Trust me, because you're going to end up with not enough to do the top floor. The main problem with slums is the top floor. Again, after this tutorial, you can watch my record, and these areas are performed perfectly. But the top floor of this part of slums is the worst part of the whole game. I'm not even kidding when I say that. It's the worst part. There's like 30 different things they can do. So I'll try and show off this area
The crates in the south warehouse.
being performed properly.
Good.
Oh. That was just average. If you have enough ammo, you can kill him from the top, but it's kind of difficult. I sort of don't recommend doing that. Besides, you really want a bullet for the last enemy in the wharf. So that was okay. All I can say about the last part, and this is something you really need to lock in your memory. When you sprint upstairs, if the remaining 2 enemies converse, it means they're both up top. If they don't converse at all, one is up top and one is on the bottom. That's really all you need to know about this area, the last part of this area. Because it's just so random. So no matter what, in that last area, what you want to do is sprint around the corner and aim. And then just, like, interpret what's happening. See if there are any enemies. And if they are talking to each other. And the talking they would do would be like, hey, I see him, he's over there. Like an alert. You're basically getting re-alerted, and it means they're both up top. And it's just all random. But let's start with this area. First, grab the bottle and swap to the pistol. Now, if you leave too early, show that properly. Grab the bottle and swap to your pistol. If you leave too early, they'll spot you. So it's one of those things you can either crouch walk forward. Yeah, I don't recommend. Just wait until they've moved forward a little bit more.
Hey, we consolidated the crates in the south warehouse.
Like so.
Supplies are locked up.
And then make sure you're crouched. See, he got lit up right there. Make sure when you go through the doorway, you're crouched, because the 2 enemies on the left heard me. You want the guy in the far back to see you, and the other 2 enemies to not know you're there yet. Look at that. Wait for them to move forward a little bit. Stand up. Crouch right about here. Aim. Boom, boom. And then swap to the bottle and kick him. He's not going to beg because there's more enemies around here. Then you go up here. Remember what I said. They converse, so they're both up top. Remember what I said. If they converse, I see him this way, they're both up top. Now, remember, in your run, you're not going to have the awareness indicators turned on. So that little flash will kind of let you know that both enemies are up top, but you're not going to know that when you do an actual attempt. So that's kind of your cue to know where the enemy, you have a general idea where the enemies are. You hear nothing between them, one up top, one on the bottom. You hear them talk, I see them this way. They're both up top. And I'll do this a few times just to show off the different, like, alignments you can get with them.
Supplies are locked up.
Good.
Crouch right there. Headshot. Headshot. Swap to the bottle and hit square. And you can bash his head over and kick. Now there, we got an extra bullet drop. So you want 3 or 4 entering this area. Boom. Alright, that right there is the most annoying because... like, you need to get the headshot aiming right there. Because if you try and get the headshot there, that railing there has collision. So basically, when he does that, you only have half of the top of his head to potentially hit. So what I like to do, if I know the enemy is here, most of the time the enemy's here, I will just aim here in anticipation, and if he like stands up to try and hit you, then I adjust. But I don't start here, then try and adjust here. If you know he's somewhere over here, aim right here so that getting the headshot is a bit easier. And adjust if he does something different. But yeah, no matter what happens, you want to get here and aim. And then whatever happens after this is up to the game. Sometimes there's a guy running this way and you want to cut him off. If you have 2 bullets, you can clip him from down here. He's either down there, or down there. Sometimes, as you saw, they're both standing and willing to shoot you. And with this game and this game's aiming, I do not recommend trying to, like, line up a headshot. You don't have time. So what I do is I flick, and I just hope I hit him. I got lucky with a headshot there, but... Yeah, which brings me to a point that I didn't mention. In grounded mode, this works the same as the original, and unlike Part 2, where on the other difficulties, which are... They won't let me show you, but it's very light, moderate, hard, survivor. Guns take a little bit more... It takes a little bit more ammunition to kill an enemy. So with pistol, it's 3 bullets. Rifle and revolver is 2 bullets each. And that's kind of it with regards to the differences. Those are the big ones anyway. But on grounded, it's 2 pistol bullets and 1 revolver and 1 rifle. Again, it's the same logic as the original. Grounded, your weapons deal a little bit more damage. It's a 1-hit kill on the body with revolver and rifle, and 2 pistol bullets instead of 3. So, I will do this. This, by far, is the worst part of the run. Though, not even just slums overall, just those last 2 enemies. Again, let them progress a little bit. When you get right here, crouch. Boom. Boom. Swap to the bottle. Hit square. And then square for another one. Pick up the bottle. Pick up that one. That guy can sometimes drop ammo. I like to see if he does and then just move on. Alright, this other guy's down here. So, 1. That sometimes... He's begging. He's begging. Look at this shit. Alright, game. I'll humor you.
We can work something out, okay?
That's why the begging is stupid, and you want to get rid of it before you get to another area. Now, in a run, he would never beg because you got the guy in the first part of slums to beg, which is why you want to get it there, okay? Oh, this game is just glorious, isn't it?
Hey, we consolidated the crates in the south warehouse. Supplies are locked up.
All right, let's do it again. Pick up any ammo they drop. There's another bottle over here if you missed the first one. 4 this time. Let's see what we get. Oh, I don't see him.
I got him!
Way to go, Tex.
And I'm just gonna...
Stop hiding, you son of a bitch!
I'm not hiding. That's something you can do if you want to, like, save some ammo. And then just go. That one's a lot more convenient if you don't feel like sniping from the top. And again, I would almost recommend that if you get that certain enemy alignment. It's something you can commit to. And,
Hey, we consolidated the crates in the south warehouse.
yeah.
Supplies are locked up.
Good.
Oh, he dropped a bullet. There you go. Now let's see what we get.
This way!
This is the best alignment. If you turn around, if you run around the corner and you hear them, I hear him this way, and you aim and they both crouch, what you want to do is crouch, aim, and get behind this wall. So you want to headshot this guy, and then this guy is right there, or over there. But yeah, if you know they're both up top, and then they both crouch right away, you want to get behind the... Basically, what was it? It was, I hear them this way. You notice they crouch, and then get right here. Because if you stay right here, you're going to get this guy, but this guy's already going to shoot you. So basically, you want to focus on this guy,
Let's do this.
and his head will be somewhere around there. But, that means this guy doesn't see you, so he's not going to peek. So what you do is you get him, you run forward, and then this guy should be right about here. That is by far the most convenient alignment, which brings me to my next point. There's a med kit here. Right here. And even myself, I need this for my attempts. There's 2 med kits you have for the entire run. One's here and one's right before you enter Billstown. Now, if you get that alignment right there, remember, the game takes a long time to recognize the enemies as dead. So you would get this, then get here, immediately sprint over here, and pick up the med kit. And then you want to, like, pause buffer to wait for checkpoint and encounter to just become checkpoint. And if you pick up the med kit before the checkpoint is hit, you're good. If you pick it up after, you want to run down here and go to the door, because the restart checkpoint, even if you're all the way over here, will place you right in front of the door. So we utilize that restart checkpoint to our advantage. But if you pick up the med kit after the checkpoint has been hit and you restart checkpoint, you'll be at the door, but the med kit won't count as being picked up, which you really need it later. So, yeah. Let's do that again.
Consolidated the crates in the south warehouse.
Again, I'm putting extra time into this area because it is the worst. The second guy always seems to drop ammo for some reason, but the other 2 are random. All right, that's another alignment right there. If you turn and you don't hear and you don't see anybody, keep aiming because there might be a guy crouched, but also listen for footsteps. He's running on metal. So right there, I could actually hear the footsteps. So then what you want to do is swap to your bottle and swing at him. And then what you can do, I like to do this. 1, 2. Normally that would be a kill and not a bag. And then you get the bottle and that. Like I said, there's like 30 different things they can do here. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. But that is also an alignment. I actually really like that alignment because it saves you ammo and it's also relatively quick.
Good.
And again, if you don't feel like shooting him from the top, you can run down and bottle him. You can do it safely. Ammo, bottle, ammo. I'll check if he has any. He doesn't. So let's see what we get here. Oh boy. Yeah, this is bad. Alright, now right here. Run for the med kit. Okay, right there. It's already checkpoint, so I need the med kit, but I'm just gonna run down here and do that.
They just slow us down.
That was a very inconvenient alignment, right? They were both there and both shooting. In that case, you don't have time to go back behind cover. Just shoot them, okay? And if you only had 3 bullets, one of those would have to be a headshot. That's why this area is so bad. It's not possible to enter here with more ammo than 4. That's why it's so important. Oh, 5. That's rare. Headshot. Boom. Boom. That would normally be a kill. Then you run over here for the med kit, pause buffer. And then when it transitions from 2 to 1, that's where you would restart checkpoint to send you down. The begging is so dumb. That's pretty much all I have to mention. Remember, if they converse, they're both up top. If they don't, one is up top, one is on the bottom. Pick up any ammo these guys drop. 3. So you can have 3, 4, or 5 here. Here's the best alignment. This guy crouches. Get behind cover. Headshot. Headshot. Right, here we go. Now get the med kit. And you want to do this. So right there. There's the sound effect. He has the med kit. So then just wait for the transition. Wait for the transition. Wait for the transition. There it is. Restart checkpoint. And there you go. And I think that's all there is to mention with that part. That is going to lose you a shit ton of attempts. There's no getting around it. It just is. I have a video series called Rip Runs of the Week. And yeah, a lot of them die there. Just a lot of them die there. It is what it is. Now, it's super duper important that you do all 3 parts of slums without taking any damage. And you saw, it's very doable to do the first and the second part and the beginning of the third part cleanly. Very cleanly, no damage. It's consistent. It really is. That last part is just going to ruin you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. That last part with the last 2 enemies is going to ruin you. Try your damn hardest to just get through without taking damage. And it's also important to have a spare bullet for this part, and I'll show you why.
There's our boy.
So I'm going to do a normal performance, and keep in mind, this next strategy will not work from a restart encounter. It just won't, okay?
Let's go wrap this up.
Now, this strategy looks dangerous, but it works well enough.
Let's be smart about this. There's a lot of them.
For a long time.
Yeah, well, we lost our contacts.
Whoa!
Okay, that right there is pretty normal. Now, the reason we have to do that specifically is because, unlike the original, you can't just leave this area. That one enemy is guarding the exit. And as long as he's close enough to that door, you cannot open it. He has to be killed. Has to. He has to be killed. So the first part of this is pretty self-explanatory. When you're able to move Joel, hold down sprint, forward, and mash X. Now, you have to have sprint let go by the time he lands, because if he's sprinting when he lands, everybody will hear it. Everybody. And then you start sprinting again once the 2 enemies on the left have noticed you. Like the very moment they notice you, you sprint. And enemies in this game are a lot worse at shooting you in your back compared to the original. In the original, the game didn't... I don't think it was able to tell the difference between sprinting at someone and sprinting away from someone. In this game, yeah, they know the difference. If you're sprinting away from someone, their aim is horrible. And it is a godsend to this speedrun. So you can just get right next to an enemy, sprint away from them, and they will miss all or most of their shots. So taking damage here is extremely unlikely. I've probably only been shot in my back here like once or twice. It rarely ever happens. Yeah, it takes too long to like load this up and show it again, but basically hold down sprint, hold down forward, and mash X. And let go. If you're holding down sprint, you'll be sprinting when you're finished and they'll hear it. So then sprint. If you don't have a bottle, I'd pick it up. Now this guy, if you sprint the whole way, yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. So a way to avoid that, if you notice, my first attempt, I crouch walked towards that enemy. That's just what you have to do, okay? If you sprint the whole way, he will shoot you. Like 90 to 95% of the time. There's the rare instance he doesn't. But that's rare.
There's our boy. That cocky son of a bitch.
And again, I think you'll always have a bottle. No, you won't always have a bottle. If you decide to use a bottle on the bottom floor enemy in the previous area, then you won't have a bottle here, but that doesn't matter. And do not use a bottle on that last enemy because you need it, and I mean you need it for Wharf in the next area. And the bottle that we pick up, you can pick up halfway through this area, is the last bottle you'll have before Wharf. So don't use the bottle on the last enemy here. But again, I'll show this off again. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'll show it from here. Let's say you use the bottle on that enemy over there. If you notice, both times we've done this already, there's a random bottle, like, on our way to that door at the end of the wharf. You don't want to just pick it up. You want to, like, swap from your pistol to your med kit and pick it up so he'll keep sprinting and he won't crouch to pick it up, just like I mentioned before. So I'll show how that looks. So get your pistol in hand and reload it, just in case you didn't before. And then sprint, and swap to the med kit and mash triangle, and he just randomly picks up the bottle. And again, you want to crouch right there because, yeah, that's why. Now, even though that's fast, I'm just telling you right now, you cannot afford any damage before you do cargo. You just can't. Okay. Again, if you don't have, if you did this area without using a bottle, you don't have to worry about picking up that bottle in the middle. But if you find using a bottle in this area more convenient, by all means, use it. You're not gonna be short on a bottle for Wharf because you picked that one up.
There's our boy.
So, to avoid taking damage from that last enemy, you have to crouch at a certain point. Now, you can use like a visual cue to know when to crouch. Like you can pick an object you run past to know when to crouch. It's more instinctual. I usually just look at that last enemy and when he stands up, because he's almost always crouching behind like these railings and you can see him. When he stands up from that spot, that's when I usually crouch. And in between the crates, you can actually see him move if you angle the camera the right way. And yeah, I'll show both of those things off. Remember, hold sprint and forward and mash X. Let go sprint. Otherwise, you'll be alerted. The moment you get alerted, sprint. Now when he moves, right about there. And you can see him right there through these crates things or whatever. And if you don't have a bullet, do a double sprint punch. And then go for the door. And then triangle. That's why I recommend having a bullet for this area. Because one sprint punch and a bullet is enough to kill an enemy. But if you don't have a bullet for this area, you got to do a double sprint punch. And it's, again, remember, if you don't want to run back then run forward, you do the sprint punch. And then you just keep holding forward to do another sprint punch. Again, it's different in this game compared to the original because of like the momentum and stuff. But sometimes you don't have control over that, whether you have a bullet here or not, because of the randomness of those last two enemies. But again, you saw, if you crouch walk, it's funny, they all lost sight of me because I crouch walked to that last enemy. And again, even though it looks slow, in this area, you have to prioritize not taking damage anywhere. You have to. Now, the one bad thing that can happen that's random is one of the enemies runs, like chases you, and then chokes you as you're killing the last enemy. It's just something that can happen. There's no way to avoid it, but it's rare. It's rare.
That cocky son.
And that's really all there is to say about it. Again, the kill here is a lot more convenient if you have a pistol bullet, but if not, it's still okay. Sprint, forward, let go, sprint.
Let's be smart about this.
Aim to the right here a little bit, because sometimes they can spot you. Whether you're left or right here, it doesn't really matter. Just sprint when they notice you. Get the bottle here if you don't have one. And when he starts moving, right about there, crouch. You can see him right there. Ooh. And right there, before I hit triangle, that one was pretty good. He took cover in a very weird place. It probably would have worked better if I had crouched a little bit earlier. The later you crouch, the more to the left that enemy is going to be. It's weird, it's inconvenient, I know, but Trust me, there's nothing better, and it's not worth the time save of just sprinting to him. You gotta trust me, it's not.
There's our boy.
What else is there to mention? If that guy takes cover behind the, like, I don't know, I keep calling them crates, I don't know what they are, and you don't have a bullet, you can, like, bash his head into it as long as you, like, sandwich him in there, and it's a much quicker kill than a double sprint punch. We'll see if I can show that off.
There's a lot of them.
For a long time. Yeah, well, we lost our contacts.
Sprint. If you don't have a bottle, pick it up there. Right, this guy, there he stood up. I'm gonna crouch. Oh, there's the guy chasing me. See that? I've never had him. Oh, by the way, if you get shot right there, the moment you enter this doorway, there's a checkpoint. So if you enter this doorway and you get shot heading for this doorway, restart checkpoint, and it'll give you back the health you took, or the damage you took. But yeah, literally, as I mentioned it, the one random thing that can happen is an enemy chases you. There's nothing you did wrong for that to happen, it's just something that can happen. Sorry again to be the bearer of bad news. I told you, Slums, Wharf, and Cargo combination is the worst in this game. It really is. Everything after this is like, the strategies in place are very, very good. But this area, I'm sorry, we're not going to find anything better than what's here.
Let's go wrap this up.
Sprint forward, mash X.
Let's be smart about this. There's a lot of them.
For a long time. Yeah, well, we lost our contacts.
Sprint. Pick up the bottle if you need it. Alright, he took cover in a weird place, so this should... Yeah. That's like the only instance where sprinting the whole way is manageable. Because I don't know if you noticed, really early on in that case, the enemy took cover behind the big blue thing. I think it's like a crane or something, or like a lift. It looks like a lift, but it's blue. He went and took cover behind that really, really early. So that's usually the only enemy alignment where you can sprint the entire way. That's a chance I usually take in my runs. As you saw, I was able to make it through. But literally any other like alignment or thing that you see him do, you gotta crouch. All right, and that's all I really have to say about this area. If you have a bullet, do a sprint punch and use it. If you don't, a double sprint punch. Or bash his head into like this thing.
Let's be smart about this. There's a lot of them.
For a long time. Yeah, well.
See if I can get that alignment on our way out of here.
Get him!
And this right here is why you want to use a bullet. If you can, use it. Okay, I will do this one more time. This area probably isn't worth that much attention, but yeah, I'm approaching this like I have a bullet now. But yeah, pretty much that right there is the reason why you want a bullet.
There's our boy.
That was an instance right there, specifically, again, where I probably could have
Wrap this up.
sprinted the whole way.
Let's be smart about this.
Reload.
There's a lot of them.
Ooh. Yeah, and hang to the right there, because sometimes their field of vision is pretty good. Okay, let's see. Crouch right about there. You can see his head through there, and then you go. Boom. Boom. Grab the ammo, swap to the medkit so you can open the door faster. And go. Alright, but, hold on, I'm gonna clip that and show you something real quick. Real quick, because I wasn't able to show it off. So sometimes this enemy right here, again, and right there, this is what I was talking about, being able to see him through there. That's the enemy right there. So right here, he's aiming at you. And when you notice him like start to go away right there, he's running off to a spot. He's either taking cover here, or he's taking cover behind here. If he's behind here, what you can do is sandwich him in. He's slow to react to you. So you run around, hit square, and you'll shove his head into that thing. You run around and then kick him. It's a little bit faster. But yeah. If he's here, though, it's really difficult to get another sprint punch on him, so you really just shoot him. He almost always drops a bullet, so mash triangle, and you can pick it up in midair after you're done killing him. And then as you can see right here, I swap to my med kit, so the triangle prompt is a little bit easier to hit, because for some reason, he has to have nothing in his hands when he opens any door in this game, despite the fact he kicks it open. So yeah, it's annoying. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And then you go.
Oh, shit! Back! Get the fuck back!
We just want to talk, Robert.
I suppose you could say it's the last part of Slums, Wharf, and Cargo that is just one of the roughest stretches in the game.
He's running.
All right, we're almost done with this video. We just got Cargo to go, and that's it.
Joel, this way.
And use this time to reload your pistol if you haven't already, because you just might forget it later. And then just chase him. That route for me is the fastest. Skip cutscene and we move on.
We gotta get out of here now.
There's a melee weapon over there, but you don't need it.
You want this deal? We gotta move.
We needed it for the original because we would use it in downtown fight, but we end up using mostly just bricks and ammo in the downtown fight, so you don't need that melee weapon. Also, Marlene will...
Come on.
Instead of just following her behind here, I've noticed it's a little bit faster if you kind of cut this corner by jumping over here and then going over there. It's whatever, whichever works for you. Okay, now, unless I didn't hit a checkpoint. All right, we didn't.
Get out of here now.
The reason you don't want to...
Gotta move. I know a way around this. Come
yeah,
on.
Marlene is like an immovable object here when you... Force of nature, when you get this far, you can't push her out of the way. But the reason you don't want to climb up here, and it's actually because of Tess. Tess will sometimes, like, block Marlene from climbing here. So yeah, Marlene, once she starts moving, will do the same thing every time. It doesn't matter if you're in her way or not. But Tess, as you saw, can sometimes just get in your way.
I know a way around this. Come on.
So what I like to do is just stand right about here. Tess will stop right here. And Marlene has to go up the ladder first, so then I go up to make it so Tess doesn't block you. One time Marlene just didn't climb because Tess was in the way. All right, enough of that. Now here, to get Marlene to move the fastest, you want to enter this little window as early as you possibly can. That makes it so Marlene just teleports to that window right there. And here, all you got to do is pick up a shiv and stand right about here. This part is still kind of unknown. Marlene can sometimes just like glitch out and either stop moving or overrun the door. It's very weird. What I do is I just stand right here. It doesn't matter if you're looking at her or not. She's going to act the same way. But, yeah. If you're like right next to her, sometimes she'll just overrun the door and then she'll spend 6 seconds trying to realign herself. So what I do is I pick up the shiv because we need it for Billstown.
Joel, give me a hand with this.
I just run over here and then I just stay put. And then Marlene will do what she does. Now, as for... I'll make a file here just in case. As for this... All you need to do is get in front of her. Now, the way you do that is run to her left and then run to her right. So it looks a little something like this. Sometimes it's just impossible to get past her. If you don't get past her, sometimes it usually means you didn't do anything wrong. It's just the walking pattern that she was given. Okay? So again, it just looks like this. Run to her left and then try to get to her right.
I'll live.
And the reason you want to do that is because then she'll push you. And that's about all you need to... You just want her to push you down the stairs, because she's still getting into position right there, so... Oh, checkpoint. Good thing I made a file. I don't know where it's going to place me. Up here. Alright, we can just show that all off again. So again, what I like to do... Get inside as early as you can. Pick up the shiv. We don't need parts, like I mentioned.
This way.
And then I just like to stand right about here. I just feel like it does something. I really don't know. This part is honestly still an unknown to me, but it's whatever. You don't want to, like, follow her or be in front of her. You just want to be close enough to her, but not too close.
Joel, give me a hand with this.
Then right here, and then just like before, you hold sprint the whole time. Get around to her left, right about here, and then just try and get around to her right. And then she pushes you. That was a good one. And that's that. Okay, cargo. This is single-handedly the reason I don't want any of you to take damage in slums or wharf.
I'm a big fan of these odds.
We can sneak by them, even though I know that's not your style.
Now, this area is weird because the strategy is you have to take damage at least once. The reason for that is when we get to the next area and we're through that door that she mentioned, you are forced to walk. You cannot run. You cannot crouch walk. You are forced to walk. And it's very slow. It's honestly the slowest moving thing Joel can do is just walk. Even crouch walking is faster. But the game disables it. The original allowed it, but this game disables it. Probably so you have more time to hear them converse. But there's a way around it. What you do is you heal. You fake heal, which is the reason you need the med kit from the last part of Slums. So what you do is you end up, like, you hit up and R1 to heal, and just as he's about to pull the bandage, you let go and then hold it down again. And while he's doing that, his movement speed is faster compared to a walk. It's pretty much the same as a crouch walk, I think. So yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Did I make a save file here? I forget.
Let's get moving.
All right, let's see. So we have full health. We do have full health.
We need to get to that door.
So this is the reason we needed a bottle. I'm gonna do it once and then break everything down.
You picked the wrong day to screw with us. Fuckers.
Hey, get him!
Step it up!
There's our bullet. That enemy is supposed to be down here. I'll be totally honest. He's supposed to be either here or here. He's not supposed to be up there. But there's the damage we were supposed to take. And I made a file, so I'll just show this off. Joel gets all of his health back after, like, right before you have to do the next chapter outside.
This way.
But watch, I'll show this off. So you cannot sprint, you cannot crouch walk, you can't do anything. And this is the speed you have to go. But one thing you can do is heal.
You okay? I'm running on fumes.
But you don't want to use the med kit here because we get all our health back later. So what you do is just as he's about to pull the bandage, you let go.
Curfew is now in full effect. Anyone caught
And then hold it back down again.
without proper authorization will be arrested and prosecuted.
That's the other reason. When I'm finished healing, I usually hit up and then R1 because eventually he's just going to put the med kit away. So I hit up and then R1. Now the reason I wait a little bit, before hitting it again is because if you start trying to heal again too early and you just let go then hold back down, the game's going to finish the heal. So there needs to be a bit of a cooldown before you start healing again. I've lost runs to that before. Not having a med kit to heal in this area wastes about 17 seconds. Okay? Because you also do it in the next area. Let's see if I can show that off. If you accidentally hit R1 again too quickly. No, it's not happening here. I think because he can jog again. It might just apply to, well, let's see, hold on.
You okay? I'm running on fumes.
It doesn't appear to be happening. Right there, it just happened. It just happened right there, so.
You okay? I'm running on fumes, but I'll make it.
Yeah, one of those things.
The place is right up ahead.
You basically don't want to take the chance of accidentally healing the whole way. So when you see he's about to pull the bandage, just let go, hit up, and then go like that. Because it's funny, you can actually feel in the controller's vibrations him pulling the bandage to finish. So my cue for knowing when to start up again is it'll vibrate and then stop. Once it stops, that's when I start up again. So yeah, I just needed to show that off. That's why you want to take damage in this area. You really do want to take damage from this area.
Hold up. Soldiers.
Now you can combine it, like
the door under the bridge.
You took damage in slums and you didn't take any damage here, but I'm going to tell you, doing this strategy, you're going to take damage here, okay?
We'll see how it goes.
All right, I'll do this area again properly and then break down the specifics of it. This is the last area in this video, so get out of my way. God. That shouldn't affect anything, though.
You picked the wrong day to screw with us. Fuck yourself.
Hey, get him! Cover me. I'm moving on it.
This guy to the right, he's gonna hit you. Now this guy. Okay, the only reason I didn't use the bottle there is because we used the bottle on that enemy. On two enemies, actually. Here, I can actually go back and show it all off again. Okay. And the area behaves pretty much the same way. So first things first, if you sprint too far, yeah, they're gonna spot you. You don't want that. So what you do is you let go of sprint right here. And then you do a sprint leap over this thing. There are different speeds of leaping whether you have sprint held down or not. So if you just do this, it's not fast enough. I mean, it'll still work, but there's no reason to do that. So basically all you want to do, like, it's something I can leap over. It's this versus that. He also has better momentum, and it can just be a quick that. It's faster, all right? And they don't hear you. That's the other thing. So, let go of sprint. Sprint leap. Just as they're about to get alerted by you, that's when you throw the bottle. There's a bottle right there, you pick that up, and then you go. Whatever happens from this point forward is up to the game. Now, the reason I don't sprint the whole way is because this enemy... First of all, Joel has tired sprint. First of all, Joel has tired sprint. I mentioned the tired sprinting, right? I don't know if I did. Yeah, Joel has tired sprinting. If you have sprint held down and he's running, after about 7 or 8 seconds, he will be out of breath and his sprint speed will be significantly slower and he'll, oh my God, and he's just tired. So what you want to do when you get to the stairs there, you actually want to let go of sprint and either jog your way down the stairs or crouch walk your way down the stairs. That gives this enemy some time to commit to where he's going to take cover. If you sprint the whole way, he's usually out in the open and he'll shoot you right away. So you want to slow down on the stairs to get Joel's sprint speed back for this area and to give him time to commit to an area. Now before we do that, again, there's a specific timing for this bottle throw here. And I'll show you, first of all, let go sprint, sprint leap. Now, It's when they naturally just turn around from getting alerted on the left. At that specific moment, that's when you want to throw the bottle. Because you want to throw it later. And the reason you want to throw it later is there's this guy in the back. If you sprint towards him, he'll be aggressive. But if you crouch, there's a bottle right there. So you want to crouch early, get that bottle, and the other guy should take cover. This one's probably the most specific part of this entire trick. Just entire section, I mean. So, let go, sprint, sprint leap, throw the bottle, and sprint right about there. Now you want to crouch around the time that guy starts moving. He'll take cover, and he won't hurt you. You pick up the bottle, and you go. You're going to take damage there, maybe again. Yep, right there. Now you want to slow down to give this guy time to commit to what he's going to do next. Now, if he is taking cover behind the left pillar right there, you can keep going. You can just keep going. But sometimes he takes cover near this door here. There, you'll want to use a bottle. There are a lot of reasons for that. One, sometimes he'll aim really early and just shoot you. Two, he can actually punch you out of bounds. Because unlike the end of Wharf, the triangle prompt for this door is here no matter what, even if there's an enemy right next to you. And if he's aggressive towards you when you hit triangle, he can actually punch you out of bounds. And that's something that's not allowed in this specific category. So yeah, you'll want to bottle him and then triangle prompt the door. Basically, if he's there, always bottle him. Okay? Yeah, I'd say this part still is the most specific. Sprint leap, throw the bottle at the last second, and sprint. You'll want to crouch around the time this guy starts moving, pick up the bottle, he'll take cover. Sprint over here. You'll get shot. You should get shot once here. There it is. Let go, sprint to regain some momentum. Gives this guy time to commit to an object of cover, because sometimes he's out in the open. Now, right here, you want to press up. If he's here and you bottle him, if you didn't bottle him, you would get shot and most likely die because you already got shot by the guy prior. If this guy is here and you bottle him, press up against the door for the triangle prompt, because if you press it right here, you'll just put this guy in a chokehold. And that just wastes too much time. Okay? So yeah, you want to press against the door and hit that visual triangle prompt. And that's just about it. How much damage you end up taking is completely random. But when this works, the only damage you take should be by the guy up top. Sprint, throw, crouch, pick up the bottle. This guy takes cover. This guy to the right should be the one to deal some damage. There it is. Let go of sprint. Hold it back down. He's over there. And you're good. No matter what, I always recommend just going for the door if he's to the left there. But if I had sprinted the whole way, not only would Joel be tired sprinting, I think the other guy wasn't behind cover yet. That's what I talk about, like giving him time to get into position. All right, let's see what else can happen. If you do the first part wrong, like let me show you. This guy can be aggressive if you don't do that crouch. Throw at the last second. So this guy can be aggressive. You can't see that. Now, if you have to use the bottle on him, there is one over here. Oh God, Joel. There is a bottle over there. Oh God, yeah, he's dead. He is dead, dead, dead. He peeked out way too early, but that was like a mess. You know, it's all on like a pattern kind of thing. But yeah, if you have to use the bottle on that first enemy, there's another bottle behind the crates there. And you don't need a bottle leaving this area. So that's why as soon as that back guy moves, you want to crouch. Oh, he's being weird. I didn't know what he was doing, so I just used it on him. So what I'm going to do here, triangle, I got the bottle. All right, now right there, it's rare. I did not take damage, but we have to take damage somewhere. So I'm just going to sprint down here. I don't know where this guy is. All right, he's there. And that's kind of what you'd have to do. That's what I would do in that case. You have to take damage. Otherwise, you can't do the medkit thing, and it loses you a total of 17 seconds if you can't do that. And that right there did not lose me 17. So, yeah, you got to take damage here somewhere. If you didn't take damage up top, I recommend sprinting the whole way and getting shot by the guy on the bottom. And if you want to avoid the fact that you might hug the guy, kill him. And there's a chance you'll get a bullet back. Because pistol ammo is pretty valuable later on. One more time, there's not much more to mention.
You picked the wrong day to screw with us.
Whoa!
Crouch. If you're not sure what this guy's gonna do, you can bottle him and then pick up that one over there. Ouch. Alright, slow down a bit, and then go. I see he's on the left, so I'm just gonna go. That's a pretty typical alignment there. I can't really tell that there's like there's a higher chance he'll be one spot versus another. It's just random. Right. Sprint throw. Crouch. He'll take cover. You just go. Ouch. You go. Now, I usually slow down here if I've taken any damage at all. If I haven't taken any damage, that's where I sprint the whole way. But the fact that I got shot once means I slow down here and then go. Now, I see he's on the left. I'm just going to go. I want to do one more time with him guarding the door. Yeah, this area took a long time to route. And sometimes you're shot like 2 or 3 times by enemies up top here. It's random. Crouch. Takes cover. And you go. Ow, I got shot in my back. Is he gonna die? Nope. But he got shot twice. Right, there he is again. I don't know why he's over here. Again, you can just ignore him when he's here. Can I push him off? I don't think I can. I want to push you off. Yeah, well. Oh, you know what? Let's go from the save file here. Maybe that's why we're getting weird patterns with him. But yeah. All these examples are the exact reason why I'm imploring you. Try your hardest to not take any damage anywhere in Slums or Wharf. Because this area is fucking brutal.
Soldiers.
Again, when you have full health, it works out that you need to have taken some damage because you're almost guaranteed to take damage somewhere here. Okay? And you're never sprinting directly at an enemy who's aiming at you. It's usually like glancing blows from guys to your right, but get out of my way. It's probably the save file that's making them do that. They don't normally just stop there for no reason. Right. Let go. Sprint leap. Throw and sprint. Crouch just as he's about to move. He'll take cover as long as he keeps moving. This guy will shoot me. If that happens, slow down right here. And this guy will be in one of a few different spots. He's right there. And right there. Again, you can go for the door right away, but I never really thought of it before. There's a good chance this guy will drop pistol ammo if you kill him like that. So, yeah. And again, hold on one moment. I might have a video of it somewhere. I want to show you something. I paused the recording there. I want to show off I'm sure I have a clip of it somewhere. Probably my clips of the month. I didn't stop my recording, it's just paused. Let me look, I want to show the out of bounds thing. Clips of the month, where are you? February, let's see if I got one to happen here. Maybe January. doesn't appear to be happening. Where can I find a video of it? Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to... I gotta think. Oh, definitely in one of my rip runs of the week. Definitely. I know it was there. Cargo. Or it was one of my last attempts. It probably wasn't this one. Six, maybe? I think I got one. Oh, where the hell is it? I had it. So positive I had one. Oh, got it. Okay. All right, I found a video. The reason I want you to avoid, or the reason this guy either has to be killed or bottled is because of this. If you try and run past, you hit triangle, you go through the door, and he either knocks you out of bounds, like you fall to your death below the floor, or you can make him run. You can make him sprint past here, which is not allowed. You know. So yeah, if he's there, bottle him. Now, after you've bottled him, you can choose to either press up against the door and hit triangle, or you can punch him down and kick him, and there's a chance he drops a bullet, completely prevents him from, prevents what I showed you earlier, where you, like, put him in a chokehold real quick. Whichever is up to you. I might actually start killing him, because, again, I think it's very likely that you'll get a bullet dropped, so... yeah. All right, we can keep going now. That's really all there was to show. So yes, the last part of Slums, Wharf, and Cargo, brutal. Absolutely brutal. Now we can do the healing that I mentioned. We had taken some damage, so we're good.
You okay?
I'm running on fumes.
And we do this, because this is all we can do.
The place is right up ahead.
Also, if you ever see me click the flashlight off and on like that, there's no reason for it. I just like clicking buttons.
Anyone caught outside.
All right, Marlene has to be the one to open this next door, so what we do is there's a checkpoint about halfway up the stairs. Don't heal. Don't accidentally heal, okay? When you see he's about to pull the bandage, let go. You'll feel your controller vibrate. Hit up, so he always has the med kit in his hand, and then start healing again. So it's like, just like that. All right, now you want to stand in front of this doorknob and mash triangle. That leads you into a cutscene, which you skip. And then you continue onward. And there's not much speedrunning-wise you have to do here. Just, you go for the dumpster, you move it in place. I will say, in the original, the dumpsters you moved and some of the crates you've moved, once you got them close enough to the wall you need to climb up, it would, like, the game would take over and move it for you. That's not in this game. You'll always be able to move a crate or dumpster even after pressing it against here.
That'll get us to the north tunnel.
How are we supposed to reach that?
So we'll bring this, move it over here. Now I've actually found you don't really want to place it there and then climb up, because you can actually climb up certain things from really far away. I think this is too far. No, that's good. You can climb up from that far. Now, the game, like...
Up there. That'll get us to the north tunnel.
The game forces you to have the camera pointed upwards so it can't see that it's actually moving it for you once you've already climbed it. But yeah, one of those things, you don't have to press it all the way against there. And I recommend, when you do climb, you don't have to hit triangle and then climb up. You can just, you know, you're moving it. You can just hit X to climb up right away. But yeah, in other parts of the game, you can like hit X in advance, and the game will like magnetize you or gravitate you towards it. But that kind of results in a very slow climb, like you're going to see for that one. But for other certain climbable things, you can just press up against it and hit X, and he'll climb things a lot faster. This one's too tall to be able to climb fast, but yeah, just keep that in mind for later. And maybe right about there, I want to see how like far you can get away with it. Yeah, when it works, Joel like will magnetize towards the wall and start climbing, like even from all the way back here. So you can tell right away if it's close enough or not. That should be close enough, and then just mash X and forward, and he'll do that. So yeah, I highly recommend that. Doing it that way. Okay, when you get about right here, do the healing again as soon as they start talking.
Yep.
Like illegal things?
Sometimes.
Just like so.
You ever smuggle a kid before?
Because the game disables your ability to walk.
What's the deal with you and Marlene anyways?
I don't know.
And again, I hit up on the
She's
D-pad.
my friend, I guess.
Your friend.
Because otherwise Joel will eventually just put the med kit away. By doing this, up, and then heal,
She knew my
he'll
mom,
keep it in his hand.
and she's been looking after me. And I'm 14.
And to avoid accidentally healing, just as he's about to pull the bandage, just wait like a second before starting up again.
They've been gone a long, long time.
And then here's the door. I like to hit right on the revolver so he puts the med kit away or the pistol, as he's... I have the med kit in hand, and then I hit right, so he's putting the gun away as I'm hitting triangle, so he just hits triangle right away. And he opens the door right away, I mean. Alright, this is one of the cutscenes that's actually faster to watch all the way through.
What are you doing?
Killing time.
And it's mainly
What am I
because...
supposed to do?
It's, what is it? Hold on. It's because of when the timer starts up again. Again, I made an entire dedicated video about this in my playlist. But, yeah, watching this cutscene is faster based on when the timer starts back up again. And that's actually where I'm going to stop this video. We went through the intro all the way through cargo. And I think that's a good place to stop. Next video, and I'll think of more things to talk about as we get to them. It's hard to remember absolutely everything right now. For example, one thing I forgot to talk about was reticle style. You can choose to have the reticle from the original game or a dot. Personally, I prefer the dot. Later on, like when we're playing in winter and we're playing as Ellie, I prefer the normal reticle because of the rifle. But when it comes to pistols and shotguns and stuff like that, I just prefer the dot. It's more exact versus a generalization. And also, we haven't picked it up yet, but the bow actually has 2 different reticle styles as well. The one from the original and the one from part 2. So you can choose which one you want. And that's preference. There are no rules to that. You can select whichever one you want. For me personally, I prefer the dot and the classic bow style. That's just me though. But yeah, I think that's going to do it here. Thank you for watching this video. There's going to be a lot more. We're going to go through the whole game. And yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh my god, that was 2 hours and 7 minutes for the first one. Hello everyone. How are we doing? No, I'm not going offline. That was just... That's for the recording. This is all going on YouTube. That's the whole point. Well, I can thank some people. Charan, thank you for a 34-month resub. DJ Laws, thank you for a 2-month resub. Pigeon, thank you so much for 10 gifted subs. Thank you very, very, very much for that. Magoo, thank you for 59-month resub. Sweftu, thank you for a 13-month resub. Michael, thank you for a 10-month resub. Lemon Butter, thank you for a 3-month resub. Jake the Snake, thank you for a tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Ant Colony and Jerry Emotes. Thank you so much for your support. And Japina, thank you for a 14-month resub. Pigeon Coop. Exactly. That's a good one. See, you guys are way more creative than I am. What'd you think of that tutorial? Pretty good, right? Probably spent too long describing some areas, but I feel like it's necessary. I feel like it's pretty necessary to spend a while on certain things. I need to pee, so I'm going to play an ad. And go pee. I'm going to try and get through Capital today. Might be kind of late by the time I finish, but I don't want to do just like one video per day. Otherwise, we'll be here for 8 days doing this. I'm going to try and get through the second part today, which is outside through Capital. I think I can do that. Downtown's a little bit more simple in this game. All right. I'll be right back. Complete Suspect, thank you for an 11-month resub. Oh, man. These tutorials hurt my throat. Oh, God. A lot of subs so far today. I appreciate that. Look at my little hand cam here. Should do a run like this one day. I did it for the original. This stream brought to you by Turtle Beach. Oh, gosh. All right. So, outside chapter. What is there to mention? An outside downtown museum and Capitol. We can do this. You had some good something. I'm glad I was able to show off all the different things that can happen. You know, I mentioned it was easier for me to do it while if you're standing up. The thing with the double sprint punches, the last part of Slums, I showed there were a lot of variations that I was able to show off. Oh, God. What's funny is I didn't even think to kill the last enemy in Cargo if he was there. There's a good chance that he drops a bullet. I never thought to try that. Well, not try that, but do that. I mean, it can't be any slower than pressing up against the door and hitting triangle. Gotta make that a priority. Oh, God. Ugh. All right, another couple hours coming up. Hopefully this one takes less than 2 hours. Once I get into teacher mode, I'm usually good to go. Okay. Jared, thank you for a 19-month resub. Thank you very, very, very much. Oh, man. Oh. Oh. God damn. Gotta wake up a little. And that is a glitch? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, he can. Yes, it is. Oh, God. Let me just browse the internet for a second before I subject myself to more of this. God, poor Mets fans. Alright, enough procrastinating. Let's go. Actually, I want to let this cutscene play out a little bit longer. It's part of the video.
Your watch is broken. You mumble in your sleep. I hate bad dreams.
Yeah, me too.
You know, I've never been this close to the outside. Look how dark it is. Can't be any worse out there.
I tell you, when I put the remake away
What on earth did the fire
for a while,
with you?
I'm gonna need a vacation.
Sorry it took so long. Soldiers fucking everywhere.
I might actually consider taking one for a week.
She'll make it. I saw the
Because let's face it, what I have on my plate going forward is, you know, I'm still making these tutorials and informative videos. I'm gonna have to make one for PC. Not a whole tutorial, but I mean, I'm still gonna have to make videos about it. What we did for the PS5 version, we're gonna have to do for PC. You know, just the speedrunning part. I still want to do permadeath. Basically, I want the PS5 grounded record, which I already have, and the PS5 grounded permadeath record, which I haven't tried yet. And then just the grounded record on PC and the grounded permadeath record on PC. Those are the 4 things that I want. And then making videos about all of it. And then, again, I'm going to have to make informative videos about the PC version and stuff.
It's a lot. Wanna do this?
Yeah.
Let's go.
But, yeah. And then after that, I don't know. Before I do my next project, I just might take a vacation. I don't know where. I don't know what. But some time off mentally really might do me some good. Because I'm still in the grind set, you know. We're working. That's just what we're doing. We're working. But before we move on to another game, which is either going to be part 2 or the original, I'm leaning towards the original. I actually really want to go back to the original. Before we do that, I think I need a vacation. Still, I don't envision that happening for like another couple months, though. All right, time to work. Let's go. Hello, and welcome to the second part of this Last of Us Remake grounded speedrun tutorial. First video took us from intro through the end of cargo. This one's going to take us through the outside chapter through Capitol building. So let's get going right away. Webcam going away. And we're going to pick it up at the end of this cutscene that I said you had to watch through to save time. So what you're going to do, you're going to watch it through, you're going to hold sprint, you're going to run forward and mash triangle.
I think it's a bit strange that they're having us do their smuggling.
Marlene wanted to
The
do
triangle
that herself.
triggers
We
this
weren't their first
dialogue,
choice.
which you have to hit.
Second for that matter.
And again, I made its own video about the reason we do this, but this one saves quite a few seconds because basically it has to do with when the timer starts back up and when you hit triangle, and this one's faster.
More men, beggars can't be choosers.
let's just hope there's someone alive.
All right, in the original, Tess and Ellie had to go through the bookshelf before you, but in the remake, you can go first. Now, after you go through here, you want to let go of sprint, hold left, and point the camera towards the generator and mash triangle. So it looks like this. You don't want to hold sprint because you'll overrun the triangle prompt. Triangle prompt pops up when Tess is done pushing the shelf. So, yeah, just mash triangle and move Joel slowly and have him look at the generator. Now, the generators in this game are just like part 2, except for one difference. You can get the first pull if you just mash triangle right away. Like so. You don't have to wait for it to like start here and then go down here. You can just mash triangle for the first one. And then sprint to the right, turn the camera, and mash triangle for this one.
Who's waiting for us at the drop-off?
Nice and simple.
She said there's some fireflies that have traveled all the way from another city.
Yeah, and there's no special trick coming up here. You just crouch through these tunnels, climb on the ladder, look up, and mash triangle. That's all you do.
Something like that. How long is this all gonna take? If everything goes as
Crouch.
planned, we should get you to them in a few hours. Ellie.
Hold sprint and X, and point the camera up and mash triangle.
Now hold up. There's a patrol up ahead.
All right here, before we get to the encounter,
All right. We're good.
you don't
Come
want
on
to
up.
stand Joel up right away because there's this little thing you need to crouch under. So what you're going to do is you're going to crouch walk forward. Once he's underneath it, hold sprint and then forward, and you're going to push Ellie out of your way to the left. Like you just kind of walk into her and she'll get out of your way to the left. So don't hold sprint, hold it down right about here, and then just go forward. If you hold down sprint, he'll stand up right away, and then you have to re-crouch, so it's just not worth it.
Ain't gonna do us any good.
And then I like hitting this X prompt, like right on top of this thing. And then you go, and then this is a cutscene, so we're going to skip that. I'm going to make a save file right here, so we can go over this a few times from start to finish. I'll go over the entirety of everything. I'll go through every part first and then break it down section by section.
They're everywhere. I see him.
They must have gotten through. Check the trenches.
Hey, get him!
Don't lose sight of him.
I hear him up ahead.
Right there. The next part's a little complicated, so I'll save that for its own thing. But yeah, this part right here. Okay. First thing you do is you like sprint up to the place where you need to crouch under and then hit circle really late, so you end up pushing Tess out of your own path and you have it free to yourself. So it kind of looks like this.
Holy shit!
Okay, it looks like she's not going to do that from a file load. It doesn't really matter. I don't think I can... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to show that off, but... Basically, hold down sprint in anticipation of Joel's movement. Kind of run into this thing. Yeah, there you go. And then just kind of push her out of the way. Fall off at an angle here. Do a sprint leap here. Crouch underneath here. And then crouch underneath this thing here. Now, I'm pretty sure, this has been a while since I tried this, but if you hold down sprint right now, when he lands crouched. So as he's falling, that's when you want to hold down sprint. Here, hold on, let me confirm that theory. Yeah, okay, right there. See, he landed crouched. So I'll go back here to show that off. These are all very tiny time saves.
Holy shit!
Yeah, you want to like run into Tess and then crouch to kind of push her out of your way. Yes, a very late crouch on that first one. Okay, so as Joel is falling, that's when you want to hold down sprint. So right there. And his momentum takes him a little bit more forward.
They must have gotten through. Check the trench.
All right, now watch what I'm going to do here. I'm going to hold down sprint the entire way, and watch what happens to Joel. He's tired. Look at him. He's exhausted. Oh my god. And what ends up happening as a result is he ends up getting shot. So, what we do to avoid him tiring out is when he falls into the water, you want to do those first few climbs jogging. Because those specific climbs right there, climbing those with sprint held down versus sprint not held down are actually the same. And when the sprint isn't held down, again, not only is the climbing animation the same, you get some sprint momentum returned to you. So by the time those guys with the assault rifles are shooting at you, you're already gone. So again, I know it's inconvenient to go all the way back here, but is what it is. This area doesn't take too long to perform, so we can just...
Holy shit!
I got 2 dead uniforms. Follow me.
So yeah, when he's climbing those 4 things, you want, well, 3 of them. You want sprint, let go.
They're everywhere.
And again, you got to remember right here, only hold down sprint once he's started dropping.
I see him, I see him.
All right, now watch my inputs. Watch my inputs. Once he falls off this thing, let go of sprint. These 2 climbs are the same speed, then hold it back down. Climb this one sprinting and then let go, and then hold it back down. Watch, he'll have his wind all the way through. There. Now, they may shoot at you, but they're not going to shoot you, okay? They're not going to hit you. But it's not even up for, like, debate. It's like, I recommend doing this. No, it's part of the strategy. You have to remember to let go of sprint when you're climbing things or leaping over things, because this also applies to later on in the run. And I know it doesn't seem like he would get sprint momentum returned, but that's exactly what it is. It all depends if sprint is held down during movements and animations or not. That returns enough sprint speed to him. So yeah, nothing more. All right, if you can't push her out of the way, just go. There's nothing you can do.
They're everywhere.
All right. So I'll just say it all out loud. Hold down sprint.
I see him, I see him.
They must have gotten through. Check the trenches.
Let go of sprint. Climb, climb. Hold it back down. Climb this one sprinting. Let go. Hold it back down. And he should have enough sprint momentum to get it, to make it through, which he does. All right, now actually, once his feet leave like the ground there, he didn't have to land here. Again, you can check like the load times to see when the time changes, but when you want to restart checkpoint, that'll place you in front of these chains here. Saves you a bit of time to do that restart checkpoint. And I will overwrite this file because this area is weird. This area is very, very weird. I'll perform it perfectly once and then we'll go back. Here we go. Perfect. Literally perfect. Now, I'm not sure if this area works the same on a restart encounter or not. I just want to check real quick. I don't remember it working the same. Perhaps it does. Alright, it kind of does. Alright, that'll be convenient for showing this all off. Okay, so. First thing you want to do is you want to sprint forward and then crouch. Why the crouch? Because if you just sprint forward, it's one of those things that might only work from the beginning. Alright, hold on. Ignore that. I guarantee you it's different if we do it from here. Always, like, approach it from doing it here.
Down there.
Come on, Ellie.
It's been a while. This was like one of the first areas we really worked on, so maybe it's different. Basically, don't sprint the whole way because... Yeah, there's an alert. See that? In this area.
Over here. Cover me.
Yeah, it's interesting as it seems to still work. Again, maybe some things about it are outdated. I'm not really sure. Forgive me, I'm gonna do this one more time. Again, back in like September or October of 2022, this was like the first area that we really worked hard on.
Down there.
Come on, Ellie.
I mean, personally, I wouldn't play around with it. You see, if you go from here and you sprint the whole way, you do get alerted early. Yeah, they know I'm here. There's an early alert, and then I'm probably gonna get hit here. I can tell you right now, there's no reason to risk getting alerted there, okay? Even though it may play out the same, you saw he got alerted pretty early, like twice. To avoid that alert, all you gotta do is once he sprints forward, crouch, and then sprint again. That's how you avoid it. And then there's a brick right there you need. Swap to the medkit so you can pick it up without crouching. And then once you get right about here, that's when his tired sprint picks up, so that's when you wanna let go of sprint, because if you sprint this whole way right here, you get alerted early, and then you can get shot really early. So basically you climb through that. Oh, let me do it one more time. Again, this can work if you sprint the whole way, but I prefer crouching there once to guarantee you don't get alerted. And then when you get right about here, let go of sprint, because he has his tired sprint going, and then hold down sprint when you get right about here. And you get all your sprint momentum. And that's pretty much it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to mention. Again, sorry about the beginning. Again, we worked on this area a long time ago, so I briefly forgot the reason we did something.
Down there.
Yeah, you want to hold down sprint in anticipation of Joel's movement. When he gets some forward momentum, crouch, sprint again, pick up the brick, do it with the gun swapping thing so he doesn't crouch to pick it up. And when he gets behind that thing of cover, that's when his tired sprint starts. So when he gets out of that cover, that's when you want to let go of sprint, climb the truck in a jogging animation again as well, and then sprint once he gets inside of there. And you can kind of angle his way out of there cleanly. And I got to mention this. How much damage he takes doesn't matter. It does not matter how much damage he takes. The rest of the entirety of here through Capital will be the same, whether he has full health or no health. And the reason for that is, in the original game, when you enter Capital, like the Capital chapter, whatever damage you had taken carries over into that chapter. But in the remake, when you begin Capital, the game refills your health, even ungrounded, because I guess there was like a time lapse. So Yeah. So this, and the way we do downtown and museum, you don't really take damage. Museum you could, but not enough where you should be worried about anything.
Come on, Ellie.
But as for this area, again, I'll just vocalize everything. So I like to hold sprint. So, crouch, sprint again. Pick up the brick quickly with a little trick. And then, right about here, let go of sprint. Climb this jogging, then hold down sprint again. You can angle him out of there a lot more conveniently. Make sure your pistol's reloaded, by the way. Fall off, and then hit circle as he's, like, in midair. Kind of like how before when I told you hold down sprint as Joel is falling. Hit circle while Joel is falling, and there's 2 reasons for that. I can show it later, but when Joel falls off of, like, things in this game, if he just lands, he'll land, and then he'll just stand up so slowly, and you can't move him for a whole 2 seconds. If you think the fall's going to be big like that one, and you hit circle as he's falling, he'll land, and then you can move him right away. So make that a habit. When he falls off of like really big heights, hit circle on the way down, and you'll be able to move him right away again. Because in downtown, I'll show you like the slow animation that you can get. It's the fucking worst. It really is. So just keep that in your mind. Right. So here you can hold sprint. Crouch under this thing. That's how I get my flashlight back on. You can't get alerted there, and you're forced to crouch walk until they're done talking. Once they're done talking, you can hold down sprint and go. Now when he lands in the water, you want to crouch because it's faster than the walking he would do. Now right here, you want to hold down sprint. He's not standing, but eventually the game will let you stand up, and then you can go. And then we keep going. So yeah, he falls in the water. You hit circle. And then halfway through the water, you want to hold down sprint, so when the game is able to let you start running again, you'll run right away.
This way. If we cut through downtown, we can hit the Capitol building by sunrise.
We hope.
Right here, nothing really complicated. Climb up the right side of the car so he'll step on it instead of climbing it. And then you climb these 2 things. Climb this thing. And then right about here, right about there, there's a checkpoint, and it'll place you just the tiniest bit further. But it does save you time. Not that important.
What the hell was that?
Tess, you hear that?
Yeah. Sounded pretty far away, though.
We continue onwards.
Are we safe? For now. Come on.
Make sure not to climb up that thing. You want to climb up this thing.
Over here.
Climb on up.
Hey, Tess.
Coming.
Damn it.
You want to mash triangle on this door first.
What's wrong with its
And then after you hit triangle on this door, then it's a square mash.
Sort of.
All right, now for supplements. There's supplements on that shelf right over there, right where the flashlight's pointing. So we're gonna pick it up standing, and then crouch under this thing, hold down sprint, and then leap over.
Watch your head.
And then head for this door.
Give me a hand with this.
You know, this is one you don't have to hit square. You don't have to hit anything. All right, now I want to show you something. This part's very, very important.
You all right?
Watch Joel's running speed.
Let's search for
We're just
supplies.
gonna jog. We're jogging. We're jogging.
Let's get the hell out of here.
We're jogging. We're gonna boost Tess up. And then we're going to go back for a full thing of rags and alcohol, even though we haven't been introduced to Molotovs or med kits yet. We're gonna go back for this full thing of alcohol and a full thing of rags. He's still just jogging and jogging. Now, Tess, come on, big guy. Give me your hand. When she says that, she can pull you up. So we wasted quite a bit of time doing that. Let me show you what you're supposed to do. This is kind of a cool trick and applies in quite a few other areas. All right, so you can do this now or a little bit later. Hold down sprint. The latest you can do it is like right here, but you can hold it down before.
You all right?
Now watch Joel.
Let's search for supplies.
He's sprinting.
Let's get the hell out of here.
And if you keep sprint held down the whole time, like I am, he's going to be sprinting during this too. Eventually he stops right about here. But we need this full thing of alcohol and rags in here. So during that little in-game cinematic, well, it's not a cinematic, during that part where... Just listen to Tess, hold on.
Come on, big guy.
Come on, big guy, give me your hand. So you end up wasting like 2 or 3 seconds based on Tess's dialogue there. But again, we need that full thing of rags and alcohol because that will give us a second Molotov once we pick up our first one in a little bit. And we need 2 Molotovs, one for high school and another for the gym. This allows that to happen. And, yeah, again, as Tess is killing that clicker, I think you have until Joel says, thanks. I don't think I need to show that off again. You have until Joel says thanks to hold down sprint. And then if you keep sprint held down, you'll sprint. Now, what's tempting is when you hit triangle on this ledge the first time, it's tempting to just let go. And if that happens, he won't sprint the second time, even if you just let go, then hold back down. You need sprint held down the entire time for him to sprint to this ledge and then for the rag up to the doorway where the rags and alcohol are in the cabinets. So, yeah, you save a lot of time being able to sprint versus being able to jog. So just when Tess is killing that clicker, keep this held down for a good 30 seconds or so. Trust me, big time save. Now, this is technically a cutscene. This is one of those remake-specific cutscenes. This isn't a cutscene in the original, but it's a cutscene in the remake. Probably because they wanted to make this look extra good or something. But this is one of those cutscenes that's actually faster to watch all the way through. It has to do with when the timer starts back up again. This one's really easy. You don't need to pick up any bricks or bottles. I forgot to mention, when we were running past, like the last part in the outside chapter, when we were running past those soldiers, there was a brick that I said, swap weapons to pick up so he doesn't crouch. That brick isn't optional. It's mandatory. Now, you might have a spare bottle from cargo. A bottle isn't going to help you in the downtown fight. This is all for the downtown fight. The downtown fight, a brick is 100% required. Not nothing, not even a bottle. It has to be a brick. So, in that last part of the outside chapter, when you're running to the right of all the soldiers, if you have a bottle, you can hold down triangle to pick up the brick, or if you have nothing, you just tap triangle once when you're over it and you're swapping weapons so he doesn't have to crouch. But a brick is 100% required for this upcoming downtown fight. 100% required. Anyway, this part's pretty easy. Hold down sprint, back left, and just get out of here. And then there's a checkpoint when Joel's feet hits the ground. Now, there's something I need to mention here. And that is, like I mentioned at the end of Cargo, climbing speed. If I just mash X in anticipation of this, the slow climbing. You see how slow he climbs? That's not fun when there's a clicker right there. You just see how frickin' slow it is. A way around that, and I mentioned this already, press up against the wall, and he'll climb it quickly. So you have that climbing speed versus this. And the clicker can actually kill you. So press up against it, hit X, and he'll climb it faster. Now, if you time it specifically, you can climb it faster than what I did there. Like that. You want to press up against the wall and don't like mash X in anticipation. Press up against the wall and just hit X once. So again, all together it looks like this. Just like so. And then when this transitions from 2 to 1, restart checkpoint, and it places you... This isn't more for you, it's more for Tess and Ellie. Tess and Ellie are very, very slow here when you're doing this without a restart checkpoint. So what you want to do is go here. Oh, there's the animation I was talking about. All right, remember when I said you want to hit circle as he's falling? Watch this. When he leaps over this thing, I'm just gonna keep holding a direction and watch when you're able to move him. All right, he has to take a big fall though. I think I need to hit X from further away. I just got it, so I know he'll... Right there, watch. Is that not the most annoying thing you've ever seen? Like, I just want you to move, please. So what you do is right after you start climbing, if you hit circle, you'll be able to move him again. So hit circle, and you can move him right away. It's so annoying, right? So you got this versus that. Pretty big difference, right? Now apply that to just about every fall that you take, okay? Hit circle, and you can move them right away again. And that restart checkpoint makes it so Tess and Ellie are a lot closer to you, so you can pull this thing back a lot sooner. But yes, that is a thing, and it's very annoying.
All right.
So hit circle as he's falling in a lot of places. All right, and there's a checkpoint right here, right about there. And it makes it so Tess and Ellie just start talking right here. Or Tess starts talking right away.
Just don't look down.
Because sometimes they can just kind of freeze in place here for a while. Alright, I gotta make a file here because now we got downtown fight. Make sure your guns are reloaded. Actually, it doesn't matter if the pistol's reloaded or not because we're gonna use the revolver for quite a bit going forward. Alright, I'll show off a perfect downtown fight and then I'll break down the specifics for it. Downtown fights,
Come on, Ellie.
it's a bit more fun in this one compared to the original. I personally have an easier time with it.
You're okay. We gotta wait.
There's a whole thing with getting past Tess and Ellie here. It's kind of annoying. Alright, so we're going to pick up the revolver. Now, you can't avoid this long-looking animation, but we use the revolver a lot later on. Basically, there's a revolver, like, after this fight, but it only has 1 in it. If you pick it up here, it has 6. And something I forgot to mention. I mentioned that the revolver's a one-hit kill, just like the original, but what they added with this game was the revolver is a one-hit kill on infected as well. Even armored infected. That was not in the original. The original, that only applied to humans. But in the remake, the revolver is a one-hit kill on infected as well. Even if you shoot them in the armor. With humans, you want to continue to shoot them in the leg, but even runners that are wearing armor, it's a one-hit kill. So we're going to use this. Now, just because we picked it up, it's still not in our inventory. So what you want to do is, as soon as you land, swap.
Stay with the girl.
And downtown fight should look like this. And then you just pause over and over for the encounter to be considered over. There's that. And then there's a bullet right at your feet. You pick it up, and you just go. That was a perfect downtown fight.
This is crazy.
Now, I'll keep this file here, but,
Serious?
yeah, I'll get to the downtown fight, and then, we'll restart encounter from there. Gives me a little bit of time to talk about this. Okay, it's really awkward to get past Tess and Ellie here.
Come on, Ellie. Yeah.
It's their life's mission to just block you at this door.
You're okay. We got a way through.
So you want to be really close to Ellie when you're going across this ledge here, but then you want to enter at a specific angle so it pushes her out of the way. You sprint and you get around Tess. That's about as good as you can do it. It's not a big deal if you don't get it.
Runners.
Okay, now for the sake of just being able to restart encounter, I'm going to swap here. So normally I would do that and then that. Then we go. That's a revolver. And that. Brick. Swap. Boom. Brick. And then boom. It's a very clean strategy. So let's break it down step by step. First thing you want to do, don't sprint right away, because you'll get spotted too early for these enemies to, like... Yeah, see, the clicker ends up going this way. It's not favorable. So what you want to do is when you land and then swap weapons, you want to just jog to about this point right here. It doesn't have to be a headshot, but... this all happens pretty quickly. But, yeah, the first shot, again, you just have to hit them somewhere on the body, all right? I don't recommend shooting their legs, though. That's one thing I'll mention. Don't shoot their legs, because... Of course it didn't happen. I can't seem to get it to happen, but... I love how it didn't happen. Okay, sometimes when you shoot their legs, their foot will fall off, and then they crawl towards you. That's in part 2 as well. And it's also here in this game with the infected. So try and aim from their stomach above. Trust me, you don't want to... It takes a while to kill them after they're crawling towards you. So yeah, so you drop down, you swap weapons. You want to kill this runner. You want to get really close to it. Not by sprinting, but just by walking towards it. You want to shoot it right about the time it's finished noticing you. So right about there. And then you shoot this one. You swap to your brick and do a double brick bash. Now, the brick bash in this game is probably the most responsive and best animation in this entire game. It's very strong, it's very responsive, and it just looks cool. So again, use 2 revolver on 2 runners. And then you 1, 2, and then right here, you want to swap to another weapon and get some sprint momentum, because then you're going to do a sprint punch on it that kills it. Because if you don't swap out, you just end up using the brick again. So you need to swap out to another gun after you're through with 2 bashes. Swap, 1, 2, swap, sprint, and then punch. And then it's a free kill on the clicker. You just hit down and then mash square. With the runner, it's important to just do 1, 2. But on the clicker, just mash. All right, just mash. And then the last guy, boom, dead. And that's the fastest and most convenient way to take everyone out here. This fight is a lot more simple in the remake compared to the original. So a kill, it doesn't have to be a headshot, just coincidentally getting one. 1, 2, sprint. Boom, swap real quick. 1, 2, 3. This guy will be right here. Boom. And then you want to pick up the melee weapon and the brick before the encounter is considered over. Like so. I will do all that one more time from here. Because you still need to swap out. If this area fails for you and you have to do it over, you won't have time to swap from the pistol to the revolver and then do that strategy. So it's very important you get this encounter first try. And as long as you get your shots and you swap to the brick, again, the brick is the most responsive thing. You just see that everything else takes a while to do and use, but this one is like the fastest thing in the game.
Just hold it down. You're okay.
You want to get really close to Ellie here. And then fall in at an angle like that so you can sprint and get past Tess like so. And then again, I know this looks slow, but the revolver, as you've seen, is very, very handy. The time you lose here, you gain up in the performance. You gain back in the performance in later spots. Okay, so.
I'll go check it out.
Swap, which is quite responsive. Shoot this one. Kinda late. Shoot this one. Brick, bash, bash, sprint, swap, punch, down, square, 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 and shoot. And then grab this stuff. And then, there we go. That's it. And then pick up this random revolver bullet on the ground before you head over to pushing this thing, or pulling this thing. It's all doable. Again, the brick bashing is the most responsive thing. You just need to hit down and then start mashing square. I wish other things in this game were more responsive. Alright, now I'm only mentioning this. Let me make a file here. I'm only mentioning this from the perspective of a beginner. If you just wait here, Tess will give you a full thing of rags and alcohol.
Here, patch yourself up.
1.
Appreciate it.
1. See that? And then you can continue forward. I'm only mentioning, like, that's a good strategy for a beginner, because as you can see, that wastes way too much time. We'll do this all over again. That wastes way too much time. But it's a way to get a free Molotov. Now, if you run past Tess there, she won't give you that stuff. If you run past her while she's giving you one of those crafting ingredients, she won't give you the second one. You have to wait to move past her until she's finished giving you both of those for you to get both of those in your inventory. Now, again, that's not something I do because it wastes too much time, and an extra Molotov wouldn't help the run that much because it wastes about 16 seconds to just acquire these specific crafting ingredients. But if you're a beginner and you want an extra Molotov for the run, by all means, this is a good place to get it. All right, we picked up that revolver bullet, and what we're going to do is just move forward.
See?
Now, Tess is not going to give you that stuff because you're not around her. So we're just going to go.
Through here. Watch your back.
Crouch. All right, this is another one of those spots where you want to hit crouch as your... look at his whole body language change when you have sprint held down versus not. I never noticed that. He's not sprinting, but the running animation's still faster. But even if you're just standing, it's kind of fascinating. I didn't notice that. Anyway, what we're going to do is jump off of this thing and then hit circle on the way down. Because when he leaps over this thing, there's that long, drawn-out animation of him just, like, staggering to his feet.
You get through here. Watch your back.
So again, what you want to do is hit circle. Pretty much like you're allowed to do it right after he jumps. So yeah. Also, and I got to mention this too. You don't want to hold sprint going off of that ledge, because otherwise he's going to go too far. See how he like almost brushed against the wall? What you want to do
You get through here. Watch your back.
is, as you approach it, let go of sprint, and his jump won't be as far. That was weird. He stumbled over some pebbles there, but yeah, as he's
Watch your back.
so it's all the things combined. Hit circle right after he jumps so he lands and you can move him right away, but also let go of sprint a little bit before he jumps so he doesn't jump as far. Here we go. There we go. See that?
No, I was thinking. After we get
All right.
back.
Crouch. Now this one's rough because Joel has like this animation when he falls off of something. It's not big enough where you have to hit circle as he's falling, but there's a wall right there, and if you just run into that wall, he'll be like, ugh. It's so annoying. Let's see if I can get it. That's really annoying. So what you want to do, maybe I can go back a little bit. We'll go back here. You want to avoid that animation, and the way to do that is to just take a really big left turn. A really big left turn. So let go, sprint, hit circle on the way down. You can move him right away again. So when you get through here, big left turn. Like that. And then you can climb right here. All right, now another example of slow climbing. Look how slow this is. It's so slow. So what you want to do instead is get Tess out of your way, and then press up against the wall, and then climb it. See that? Press up against the wall, and then climb it. Otherwise, you'll be doing... It's the same ledge, too. That's why it's so annoying. But you got that versus that. So, yeah. And then you make your way down here.
Through here.
You should still have your brick, but if you don't, there's a free one right here. But yeah, you should have your brick here. Don't pick up any of these Molotovs because it takes a while. There's no need. There's a fresh Molotov at the end of the area, of the next area. Like, if you pick up this one, he's going to look at it for a really long time, and you don't want that. Well, I can show off what that looks like, I guess. It's basically that. It's not for a long time, but the game wants you to focus on it. You don't have to do that. Okay, so we're going to make sure, before I enter here, my gosh, make sure the brick is what's in your hand when you enter that crawl space there. Because what we're going to do is, our first thing we're going to do in this next area is throw it. And if you had anything else in your hand, that's going to be what's in your hand when you aim. So when you get here, ignore the Molotovs, ignore everything else, unless you don't have a brick, in which case you pick up that brick. Make sure the brick is in your hand when you enter here. Now we're going to wait for the encounter to start. Now this is all very convenient because it takes a while. There's this whole played out thing here where it's like, shit, we're almost out. All right, Joel, you take point, I'll watch the rear. Ellie, no matter what, you stay right on his heels. There's all that. If you just restart checkpoint or encounter, doesn't matter which one, you can move right away again. So let's see if I can do this strategy first try.
This way. I'm almost out of this. Come on. Shit.
Literally perfect, and they have very good hearing, so you can't really get much faster than that. All right, where to begin? Okay, first of all, You want to aim the brick and throw it this way. Now, if you sprint the whole way, or if you crouch walk at full speed, they're going to hear you. You also want that bottle. So what I do is after I throw the brick, I get the clicker's attention where he does that little chirp, but then I slow down. And then after the brick lands, I crouch walk at full speed again, but only for a couple seconds, and you'll see why. I get the bottle, and then just a little bit. Once that clicker's out of range, then I can do that, and then you do a sprint leap, just like I talked about in the cargo section. But yeah, this part, if you want to do the crouch aiming like I told you about when we did the first infected encounter, you can. Get the bottle. Like, if you want to do this... Okay, I did it too late. You can. There's nothing wrong with that. But... I don't know why. You don't do it long enough. It just feels a bit more comfortable to just move them at a slow speed. Like, I prefer crouch aiming when we snuck past that one infected before slums, but I kind of, personal preference, prefer slow crouch walking instead of crouch aiming. But that's up to you. The timing of when to start and stop doesn't change. Which way you prefer to move slowly, that's up to you. But yeah, you throw, slow down, get the bottle. When it lands, you can crouch walk for a little bit and then slow down here. When that clicker gets far to the left, I stand up and go. And then you can actually sprint here for a little bit, but it can't be for very long, as you can see. Right about there. Once that clicker gets far enough to the left, then you go. Sprint leap. Quick sprint. You don't want to do it for too long because there's a clicker over there as well. You can only sprint again once that bottle lands. For some reason, the clickers and other enemies' senses are a little bit different after they've been distracted by something. There's this brief period where they're just like, huh, what was that? And then for like 2 seconds after that, their normal senses kind of get lowered a little bit. But it only lasts for a couple seconds until they start like chasing the noise that they heard. So that's why you want to throw it, slow down, then you can move at full speed, and then slow down again. And once they've gotten a bit further away, then you can do that and stand up. You can even sprint for a little bit. Now this one's important. If you just aim it like somewhere over there. All right, that one might have heard it. Okay, he did. The throw with the bottle has to be specific. And the reason it has to be specific is it gets this clicker out of there. Let me show you a time when it doesn't work. Slow down right about there. Again, for some reason, I just prefer not using the aiming there. Wait, hold on. I forgot to show. Basically, the spot I'm aiming at is like right at the top of this vending machine right here. Because both clickers are going to come over and investigate. See that one? That's the one that was over there. Oh my god. Yeah. One other thing I forgot to mention. Make sure this first throw is far, because if it's not, like it only goes over there. First of all, I don't think they walk away far enough. But also, this clicker will notice it. This clicker was all the way over there, but he heard that. The way to get rid of that clicker noticing it is throw this one really far. And this clicker over here won't know it's over there. Now, another thing of RNG that can happen is this clicker is over here. If that happens, you want to throw this bottle crouched. But if you throw this bottle over here, besides getting alerted there, nobody, Only that clicker that was next to that bottle throw heard that. The only one. When I throw the bottle at that vending machine towards the top, everybody hears that. So they're focused on the bottle and not you. And Crooked in chat, it's only present for clickers, but their hearing effectiveness is halved when you throw a bottle, but it increases back to maximum slowly over the next 5 seconds. It's kind of what I said. So it's not 2 seconds, it's 5 seconds, but it lowers their senses, like I said. So, yes, very interesting. Which is why, you know, that's an alert, but that isn't. You know, when they're distracted by something, their senses go down a bit. So throw this far to not alert the clicker to the right. Slow down at some point. When that clicker gets far enough left, stand up and go. Sprint leap. And you can sprint for a quick second. Oh, there he is, right there. Okay, so right there. See, that's the randomness I told you about. Sometimes that clicker is there, which is the reason you don't want to sprint too far after leaping through that window. Now, if you notice him, you keep the strategy exactly the same. The only difference is you crouch when you throw that bottle. That's the only difference, because if you stay standing for too long, he will hear you. Their hearing is very, very good. So yeah, the only difference is if he's here, you notice him, find the spot, crouch, and throw. If he's not there, you can throw it standing up because that's a little faster. And then after the bottle hits the thing, you can sprint all the way here and go. So putting everything together. Right, he's not there, so you can just throw it. So there you can throw. And this is where you want to do the crouch aiming. When you're just about over the Molotov, pick it up, stand up, and go. Don't sprint. The clicker doesn't move far enough away for you to get away with a sprint, but you can with standing up and going. So again, all together. Big throw. Pick up the bottle. Slow down right about here. I use that clicker as a visual cue to know when to stand up and shit. Sprint leap. Quick little sprint. Aim. He's not there. I can do that standing. Bottle. Hits it. I can sprint. Leap. Hit circle. Pick that up. Again, you don't make enough noise for him to tell you're there. And then go. Just practice it. You'll get it. You'll end up getting it. Now, you can either craft the Molotov here or later. It doesn't matter. And then make your way out of here. Now, you want to sprint off of this ledge at an angle. To avoid him, like, pressing against something. It's pretty simple. So you're going to sprint, and then go off at an angle like this. And then fast climb, press against something, and then hit X at the last second. And then right here, right there, you get a checkpoint. And if you restart checkpoint, it'll place you a little bit further. And now we have this strategy coming up right here.
Where are we going, Tess?
Capitol buildings in this direction.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go.
And then you go. That was perfect. I made the file because if you remember in the original game, I would like fire a bullet here. And then just like make my way here. That strategy doesn't work, okay? Get that out of your mind, okay? It doesn't work. So what you want to do, this is the big reason for getting the revolver, because again, I know we picked up the revolver and Joel looked at it for a really, really long time. It's like, oh, it looks like it wastes time. This area can be performed very quickly because of the revolver.
Yes.
So, what you want to do first is run into position.
Where are we going, Tess?
Kill this runner. and then kill this one and this one. And then swap to your med kit as you're sprinting towards this crate, because you'll pick up whatever ammo they drop and you won't have to crouch to get it.
Here we go.
Now comes the bad part, which is, yeah, that. For the life of me, I do not have a consistent way to get them out of the path of moving the crate to the truck. I don't. What I usually do
Where we going, Tess?
is I let go of sprint. What ends up happening is, like I mentioned before, the game takes forever to recognize the enemies as dead. So when I hit triangle on the crate, the enemies are still alive, and then they die at some point as I'm moving it, and the game's like, all right, the encounter's over. But your allies will still behave like it's an encounter, and they will follow you and get in your way and do all this stuff. So what I usually do is I let go of sprint just a little bit before I hit triangle on the crate. And I'm not saying it gets rid of them, but it's more likely that they just won't be in your way. I'll be honest, I still don't have a way to 100% prevent them from being in your way. It's annoying. If they are in your way, let go of the crate, then hit triangle again to move it, and they should get out of your way. It's one of those things. It's tied to just when the game counts the area as over, combined with the fact that you're holding this object, and it's just weird, and it's dumb, okay? I'm sorry, it just is.
Where we going?
Like, I'll do this a few times and just show you the different things you can get.
Capitol buildings in this direction.
So the problem with holding down sprint the entire time
Here we go.
is Ellie will sometimes, like, try and come in here. And also, there's nothing you can do about that, but yes, it's annoying. I know. I don't know why Naughty Dog put your companions literally in the only path of that crate that I don't know. I just don't know.
Where we going, Tess?
This will lose you the most time in the entire section.
Capitol buildings in this direction.
You kill one, you kill a second, you kill a third, swap to your medkit and mash triangle so you can get it. Hit triangle on this, and then just hope they don't block you. That's all you can do, okay? All right, yeah, I should mention, this is another spot. This is another spot right here where the climbing animation is really, really slow. But if you're able to place this on this little patch of rubble right here, you can make it so this thing is angled a little bit higher and the climb isn't as tall, so he can climb faster. Unfortunately, if it's too far away, then he just won't climb at all. So it's one of those balancing act things. You just gotta trust it or play around with it. If you're not feeling too good about it, just move it here and then climb. If you want to save that time, though, move it about here, you climb, and then you just mash X. Whether you're pressed up against it or not doesn't matter in this case. But yeah, the strat is what it is. I don't have a consistent way to get them out of the way of moving the crate. Sorry. Whether you have sprint held down or not, it affects them, but not really positively.
Capitol buildings in this direction.
You just gotta 1, 2, 3, and then go. Now Tess is trying to get outside as well. Again, just one of those things. There, right there, I got the fast climb. See how, well, it moved itself, but did you see how I angled it so it's on that little rubble there? And the crate ended up being a little taller. So he climbed quickly. Okay, now there's one other thing I should mention about this area. What the enemies drop will affect what strategy you do in the museum. Because there's one enemy encounter in the museum, and that's when Tess gets bitten. Where Ellie's like, guys, get in here. And Tess is like, the girl. And then they both run in and take out infected. That fight, with regards to the other infected, like the clickers, we just run past them. But that fight, what strategy you do will depend on what these enemies out here drop. What you want to have happen is they drop 1 revolver bullet. There's 2 runners, and hopefully one of them will drop 1 revolver bullet. Hopefully. It's not the end of the world if that doesn't happen, but you end up doing a strategy that's about 3 seconds slower in the museum. Basically, the strat in the museum is you shoot 3 runners with 3 revolver bullets, hop outside, and the area is over. But if you only have 2 revolver bullets, you have to bottle 1, shoot another one, hop outside, hop back inside, kill the stunned runner, and then shoot the last one. It becomes a little bit more complicated. But the time you would lose, like trying to gain back a revolver bullet somewhere else, like downtown fight or here, it's kind of the same as the slower museum strat, so it's just not worth it. If you get a revolver bullet dropped right here, you do the faster strat. If not, you do the slower strat. It's just how it has to be.
That's where we going, Tess?
So we'll do this again and just see what they get dropped again. Remember, swap to your med kit as you're sprinting forward so you can pick it up without having to crouch.
Here we go.
And then just pray to RNG they're just not in your way. So I'm pretty sure I got back a... they can drop pistol and revolver. I'll try and get the fast climb here. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, you wanna pull that thing a little bit far to the left. All right, so I got a revolver bullet dropped. I'll show you both strategies, but I need to leave here for the sake of the tutorial with a bullet dropped. And again, they can drop... You don't have to worry about pistol ammo until much later. But you still do need some. Really, I think sewers and ranch are the next parts you need pistol ammo. There's one spot in Billstown as well, but yeah, pistol ammo isn't used as much as revolver in this run. It was even used more in the original game. But yeah, pistol, once you make it past cargo and slums, pistol ammo is not used much in this run. But when we do use it later on, it's used quite frequently.
You got something on your shoe.
All right, this is a cutscene. It's another one of those examples where it's a cutscene that wasn't considered a cutscene in the original game, but it is here. This one is faster if you watch it through, based on when the timer starts back up again. Also, Tess and Ellie aren't in your way.
Okay, how do we get out of this place?
All right, ignore crafting tables. We do not need a single crafting table, or, workbench in this run, because it takes too long to upgrade anything. I'm gonna overwrite this file here. Now, it's hard to spot, but there's a revolver bullet right there. Pick it up, go through this door, and reload it. You can sometimes forget to reload your gun. I do it all the time. Just always double check during downtime.
Tess.
All right, now we picked up a melee weapon at the end of the downtown fight because we are going to use it quite a bit in the museum. Really, museum's all we need it for, but we absolutely need it in museum. Now, this strategy is going to be Sketch City, but it works. You gotta trust me on that. It has never failed me as long as you do everything correctly. You just gotta trust me.
Tess.
In you go. Okay, so with that strategy, you want to stop sprinting when you get through that little doorway and then start up again after the clicker thinks he hears you. And then the most important thing about that area is you need to swap from one gun to something else as you're hitting triangle. Because if you just hit triangle, he'll just be like, okay, got to put the gun away and then open the door. But if you hit triangle as he's putting a gun away, he'll open the door right away, okay? Which is very important because the clicker's right on your ass, so. Now, and then when you get upstairs, that runner that's knocking down the door, you can't just hit triangle on the door. That runner has to die. And you do that with a brick throw and a swing. But for some reason, and I'll show this off in a little bit, that brick throw and swing has to be kind of specifically timed. If you brick it from far away, run up and swing at it, your swing just whiffs. I don't know why, it just does. So what I do is I kind of throw it far away and then immediately follow it up with a square, and you're guaranteed for it to hit, because that also applies right here. I'll show you the fast strat. We're not at this point yet. I want to go back and show that off again, but I'll show you briefly the fast museum strat.
I'm fine. Guys, get in here! The girl!
Literally perfect. See how great it can be when you get that extra revolver bullet? Literally perfect. And then once you're halfway out the window, a restart checkpoint teleports you to the roof.
That's our building.
And that's what a perfect museum looks like. Yeah, this is going to take a little while to explain everything. Maybe I can rely on a save file to
how do we get out of this place?
Let's find out.
speed things up a little bit, because this is the only checkpoint in this entire building before the fight. So make sure when you pick up that revolver bullet, you reload it right here. Very, very important.
Tess.
Sorry.
Watch your head. Sorry, go, go, go.
All right, I'll start off with basics here. This bottom part involves knowledge of knowing when to stop and start your sprint.
I'll make my way around.
Look, they're here!
Tess?
Run! Run!
Real quick, I just want to... let me get rid of some autosave files, because I want to make a file here. But it might not be super accurate to the attempt here. Oh, there's a checkpoint right there, I guess. Okay, so if you sprint too far, the clicker in the right will hear you. It's that one in there that heard you, not that one. And then you're just fucked. Is it this one? Yeah, let's see where this places me. Good enough.
Tess.
Okay, so when you get right here, you want to let go of sprint. Now, if you hit triangle on the door slowly, all right, you can make it through, but there's no reason to cut it that close. This is a convenient checkpoint right here.
Tess.
Okay, so to avoid getting alerted, just let go here. Now, if you start up too early, again, you're going to get spotted, all right? I highly recommend, even though it's a little bit slower, wait a while until after the clicker thinks he hears you. For your heart's sake, okay? Let go of sprint. Start it up. Swap to something else and hit triangle. He'll open it faster, and then you go. Now let's see if I can show off the whiff here. See, right there. That's what I remember happening when I first discovered this strategy. For some reason, the brick and the swing, the brick throw and the swing doesn't work. But it will work if when you notice the lock-on happen, and then you mash square right after. It's kind of like how in part 2, there's a thing in part 2, where if you throw a brick or bottle and then immediately follow it up with square, insta-kill. A very, very quick insta-kill. It's not just an insta-kill, it's a quick one. It's kind of the same logic here, where once the lock-on shows up, you throw it, and then you mash square right after, and you're guaranteed a kill. Because for some reason, it's with this enemy and the next one, when we do the museum fight, just a throw and then a swing afterwards won't kill it. I have no idea why. It's probably because this is the greatest game ever made. Sarcasm. All right, so putting that part together. Let go. Go. Swap to something else as you hit triangle. Start it up again. Now notice I'm letting go of sprint when I hit triangle on the door to help regain some sprint speed. It's not a lot, but it adds up. And then, like I said. And then you just mash triangle. I'll show that off one more time, and then we'll focus our time on the... You know what? We'll go from here, just to make it a little more authentic.
Okay, how do we get out of this place?
Let's find out.
But again, it even happens here. For some reason, in the original, you could open doors with like a right holster gun in your hand. But in this game, he has to put the gun away to open the door with his other hand. Did you see that? It's something that's so annoying, especially during an alert. Look, gun in my right hand. No, we can't have that. I'm going to put it away to open it with my left hand. It's so annoying. Because it's going to kill the occasional run for someone who's inexperienced in the next room. I know it is. Anyway, get the revolver bullet, reload it.
Tess.
Sorry. Watch your head.
Sorry, go.
By the way, when the encounter in this next area begins, whatever you had in your hand is automatically pulled out. Like, if you had a brick in your hand, basically when the encounter begins, Joel pulls his gun out automatically. So the transition from revolver to medkit when you're opening the door past the clicker, you have to transition it. You have to. You have no choice.
I'm alive. I'll make my way around.
Look, they're here!
Tess?
Run!
So all together, ladies and gentlemen. So he'll have the revolver out in his hand. Hold sprint. Let go. Go. Swap to something else and hit triangle. I like to let go of sprint as he's opening the door and then hold it back down. Triangle on the door. Brick out. Throw and swing. Super fast. Super fast. I cannot stress that enough. And that's that. All right, museum fight. I will show off a perfect attempt. Again.
I'm fine.
And yeah.
Guys, get in here! The girl.
I have no clue where that brick went, or where that bottle went. I'm not going to lose sleep over that. Let's just try that again. This game, dude. This game. I suppose in that case, it just didn't lock onto him. It's kind of the same thing as before. You don't want to throw it where you think the bottle's going to hit him. Wait until the bottle locks onto him.
I'm fine.
Well, real quick, before I actually show this off, let me show you that the swing just doesn't work the first time, just like before. See that? There's something wrong with this area. I don't understand it. And that only applies the first time. Watch if I restarted encounter. It works the second time. It just doesn't work the first time. I don't know why. So that's why when you do it from here... Oh, by the way, I didn't even mention. This is a cutscene, but based on when the timer starts back up again, it's faster to watch it all the way through. And that enemy alignment where I did it perfectly, 6 or 7 minutes ago, you don't get that alignment when you do a restart encounter. So not only is it faster to watch this through, you get a more favorable alignment with the enemies when you do it from here. But the one negative is you will occasionally deal with that melee weapon glitch. I'm calling it a glitch. I don't know what the hell's up with it because it works perfectly the second time. But a way around it, again, is wait for the lock-on to show up, throw it, and then immediately follow it up with mashing square, and you'll be fine. And after you kill that runner, you want to mash triangle for any ammo it drops, but also there's another bottle you want to pick up as well. And the bottle we're using on the first runner, we don't have it. We pick it up on like one of the exhibits or something that's right next to Joel when he runs through. Yeah, let's see if I can do this perfectly, and then we'll break it down a little bit more. Here we go. Oh, weird alignment, weird alignment. Still did it perfectly. Okay, that's another thing that I wanted to mention. Sometimes the runners are just out of alignment. What I mean by alignment is that runner that almost grabbed me is supposed to be over there, but instead it was right here. That's just something that can happen when this area begins, okay? There's nothing you did wrong, it's just random, okay? But as you can see, you can still do it. Okay, now there's something I have to mention about this area.
I'm fine.
Watch this. I'm going to do the same strategy, but something else is going to happen. Look at this. The encounter's still going, and 3 more runners spawned in. What the hell's up with that? Well, it turns out once you kill your second runner in this area, 3 runners will spawn outside on the fire escape. That's how it works. Not when you kill your first runner, but your second. But if you remember, the first time I did it, the area worked and I killed 4 of them. So what the hell? There's a workaround to those 3 runners spawning outside, and that workaround is if you hop outside and then hop back inside, those infected will never spawn in.
That was too damn close.
As long as during the fight you hop outside and then you don't have to hop back inside, you just need to be outside.
This will get us to the roof.
Yeah, that's a thing. By hopping outside, you prevent the spawn of the 3 runners that would normally spawn in after you kill the second one. Now I'm going to redo the fastest fight and explain something else. So it is a spawn prevention tactic,
I'm fine.
which is a very weird one.
Here! The girl! There she is. That's our building.
Now you're probably wondering, all right, Anthony, you killed 4 infected and then hopped out, and it still worked. Why? The reason is, and it's something I've already mentioned before, this game takes forever to recognize an enemy as officially dead. So I killed that first runner with a brick and melee swing, and then I revolvered the second one and revolvered the third and fourth ones back to back. By the time I was out the window, the game was still waiting to recognize that first revolvered runner as dead. Now, if I had waited any longer, they would have spawned outside. But because it was all 1, 2, 3, hop out, the game was like, hold on, I still don't know if the first runner's dead or not. I still don't know. That's why it works. It's a super weird strategy. But you are not going to find anything faster than that. You go from killing 7 runners down to 4, and you're killing the last 3 so quickly. Do it again. 1, 2, 3. And you go, and it works. The game's still waiting for that one to be considered dead. Still waiting. Now let me show you an example of it not working. Like if I waited too long or something. Like you want to get these revolver kills very close to the window. And you want to make sure that your shots are consecutive. No waiting. All right, there's one out of alignment. 1, 2, 3. That still worked. I wasn't expecting it to. All right. Well, clearly right there you can see you have time to spare. But yeah, if you wait too long after killing the first runner with the revolver, they're going to spawn outside, okay?
I'm fine. Guys, get in here! The girl!
One, two, three. And as you can see, it transitions from 2 to 1. So, so that's how you'll be able to tell if not only did this work, but when the checkpoint is hit out the window.
There she is. That's our building.
I don't think I ever noticed that. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, all right. I know I'm kind of rushing through some stuff. Let me slow it down a little bit. So the first runner, you pick up the bottle, you lock on to the first runner, and you swing right after you throw. And then I have another bottle. I mash triangle after the kill, so I pick up any ammo he might drop, as well as a bottle that's right there. Now I throw it at the next runner because that's going to make it so it's an easier kill, and we don't need a brick or a bottle for capital. We don't need one, which I know sounds weird, but we don't need one. So yeah, that runner's stunned, and it just creates for a much easier shot. And then we will stop and aim at the runner that's kind of behind us, because we kill that one first because sometimes he will go after Tess. Let me show an example of that. I've noticed he doesn't do that as often when you throw a bottle at the second runner, but I just want to show that off. So, all right, he didn't do it, but damn it. All right, yeah, I don't think the whole area behaves differently when you do it from here. All right, he's not even there. He's going after Tess. It's kind of like how I showed. It's kind of like what I meant to show, but yeah, we kill that one first because he can sometimes just make a left turn and go after Tess. And then we kill the one that's closest to us, and then we kill the one that's furthest away from us. In what order you kill them, like the third and fourth one, that's up to you. 1, 2, 3. All right, one thing you don't want to do, if you headshot one of them, the game will recognize them as dead a bit earlier. So try to not get a headshot. Very, very important. But this all seems relatively doable, right? This is, I would say, a little bit more of an advanced strat, but there's nothing better than this. This is a great strategy. Boom. Follow him. 1, 2, 3. And then go. There's not much more to mention than that. Again, that runner being so close to me that he's going for a grab is just random. I'll do it again to show you like the other spot he's supposed to be. And I like to bottle that one runner after the first kill, just to like make it easier on myself.
Guys, get in here! The girl!
There he is, all the way back there. 1, 2, 3. See how much easier that makes it for you? All right. So we have the 3 revolver strat. What if you didn't get a what am I trying to say? What if you didn't get a revolver bullet dropped outside the museum? You'll only have 2 here. Well, you got to do a different strategy, and it's a little bit more complicated. The first kill is the same. What you do to the second runner is still the same.
I'm fine.
Let's see if I can do it. Again, it's a little bit more complicated.
Girl.
Boom. That was perfect. And that strat right there is 3 seconds slower than the 3 revolver bullet strat. So most of it's the same, except after the first revolver kill, yeah, what you do on the first enemy, second enemy, and third enemy are the same, except after you kill your first enemy with the revolver, you hop outside, hop back inside, hope the stun is still in effect so you can do a melee weapon kill, and then you revolver the last one. So that's, yeah, that's what you do.
I'm fine. Guys, get in here! The girl!
That was perfect right there. And if you notice, after I melee weapon killed that runner, I mashed triangle to see if he would be able, if I could pick up any ammo that he might potentially drop. But yeah, I don't know what else to say about this area. What the enemies do when you first are able to move Joel is random. It just is. But yeah, you'll know if it doesn't work because the 3 enemies will spawn outside. But there's one thing I have to mention. When you are doing the 2 revolver bullet strat, when you hop outside, you want to hit, I've been talking about this, you want to hit circle as he's leaping because Joel will do like the press against the wall, and it's really annoying. Here, I'll show what that looks like.
Guys, get in here! The girl!
So if you're doing this strategy and you don't hit circle, all right, of course he didn't do it. Let me see if I can, here, watch. He does that. He does that little press, and it's just really annoying. What it does is it's slower compared to hitting circle and then just leaping back in. So when you are doing that 2 revolver bullet strat, you need to hit circle halfway through the window, or after he leaps through, so he doesn't do that animation.
I'm fine.
So putting everything together, once again, the 3 bullet strat. Perfect. You don't have time to pick up any ammo they drop when you do that.
I'm fine. Guys, get in here! The girl!
And the 2 bullet strat. Oh boy. Alright, yeah, this isn't gonna work. Well, it would have worked, but I shot this one in the leg. As you can see, it's very, very annoying. That's kind of what I mentioned before. You want to aim for their stomach to their head, because if you aim any lower, it's just going to chop off their foot.
I'm fine. Guys, get in here! The girl!
So the 2 bullet strat again. Oh, he was crouched when he did that. Yeah. This one is more complicated, which is why you really want to get a revolver bullet drop outside. All right, that would have worked, but the game told me that Joel wasn't sprinting when he did that second leap. That's what was wrong with that one.
I'm fine.
You still want to do the crouch, but you got to make sure he's sprinting when you leap back inside. Perfect. There we go. That's what you do. Okay, now for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to do the 3 bullet strat one more time because that's how many I have. No matter what, you're going to leave here with no ammo. Okay.
Guys, get in here! The girl!
One more time with the fastest way. Oh my god. Well, once again, that was the first time you got to see that. There's that runner going that way to try and go after Tess. But also, Let me show you just how weirdly strict this is. Hold on. So yeah, that runner going to the left is the reason we shoot it first. If you lose sight of him, Tess is going to end up killing it, and she takes a long time, or she'll need your help. One of those things. But look where I shot him. Hold on. Look where I shot him. The game's like, this is going to register as a leg shot. It's not even his leg that falls off. It's his foot. We'll slow it down. Look at this. That results in his foot missing. That results in his foot falling off. It's just... It's annoying. So yeah, when you're killing enemies with the revolver, aim high. Aim high.
I'm fine. Guys, get in here! The girl.
There he goes. 1, 2, 3. Should still work, and it does. Yeah, you have a lot more time than you think. You have a lot more time than you think. All right, that was good.
There she is.
But yes, that runner going to the left is the reason you want to kill him first. If you lose him, you can't do it. You can't do it this fast. And I recommend redoing the area if you get the 3 runners spawning in. All right, skip cutscene, and then the earliest you can pause, restart the checkpoint. Okay, now the only way you're going to end up having revolver ammo here is if you're doing the 2 revolver strat. You kill the runner, like, what is it? You kill the first runner, you bottle the second, you're over there. You kill one, you hop outside, you hop back inside. You kill with a melee weapon the stunned runner, and then if he drops a revolver bullet, that's the only way you can have a revolver bullet here. But most of the time, you're not going to have anything. Now, we are going to do a strategy in the capital where a revolver bullet is required. And you'll see why. It is 100% required. So what we end up needing, these 3. And then you go for the dumpster. Now the one problem with this is these 2. They are in your way. Because when you go for the revolver ammo here, Joel will say,
look at this.
And they will go over there and look at that. But when you pick up the dumpster, they'll go back to their spot. But as you're trying to move this, they will just still continue to try and make their way over there, and they'll do nothing but block you and make your life miserable. See that? So the one thing, I'm not saying to not do this, you need the revolver ammo. Like 90% of the time, you're not going to have any revolver ammo leaving the museum. You just aren't. So you need these revolver bullets. And even though it wastes about 4, if you do all the movement perfectly, you're going to lose about 4 seconds picking up this ammo. But you can gain that back, all of that back, and then some in capital. But you can gain a couple of those seconds back before the upside down shooting at Bill's, and even a little bit before the capital. But a strat we're going to do in the capital, with the benefit of just 1 revolver bullet, saves about 11 seconds. So you lose 4 here to gain 11. It's worth it, trust me. So the way this all works, again, I mentioned, once you pick up that ammo, Joel will say, look at this, and then Tess and Ellie will go over and look at it. But the moment you hit triangle on the dumpster, they will go over and stand there as to not get in your way. But they end up getting in our way anyway. But yeah, there's specific movement you have to do. We're going to swap weapons to pick up that revolver ammo. Tess isn't supposed to do that. This is the greatest game ever made. Why is she doing that? Whatever. You're gonna swap weapons and pick up the ammo so he doesn't have to crouch. Push one out of your way, and that'll make it so they'll get to that spot a little bit quicker. And then you can put it right about here. You don't have to push it all the way against there. All right, that was too far away, but make it so it's right about there, and then you can climb up from really far away. And it's the fast climb no matter what. But yeah, I think I practiced this for like an hour one stream. It kind of just is what it is. You want to get behind Tess, push her out of the way, swap weapons, mash triangle to pick that up. And then just wait for them to move, and then move this. Now, again, you need this ammo if you have none right here. You just do, okay? Right, she's done this every time she's not supposed to. Push her out of the way. Now, as you're heading for the dumpster, push one out of the way. Like right here, that's good enough. Okay, Tess is just making our lives very difficult. Wait for the alignment, you'll see it. There we go. They keep moving. You push Tess out of the way. You pick up the ammo.
Look at this.
And then you... Good enough. Just play around with it. For one thing here, you need them to keep moving. And then pick up the ammo. Right there. I'll just push Ellie out of the way. I'll hit triangle. I'll move the dumpster like up and then move it over here. Just try not to have them block the dumpster and then go. I recommend just practicing that over and over and over and over again. It's quick,
Home stretch, Tess.
but it's very important that you just don't lose time. I actually, hold on, 1 second. I have a clip from like a month ago where I had like the perfect dumpster movement. So they just keep moving. You hug the right side. You push Tess out of the way, swap weapons, pick up the revolver, and then I bump into Tess. So she's not in my way over there, and then the route is clear. And then you go. So then if they're both like here, what I like to do is push one out of the way, out of the direction of the dumpster. And then, yeah, pretty much that. That's what you're looking for. I know this is a weird thing to like obsess about, but you can lose a lot of time if they're just in your way. But you need the ammo as well to be able to do a very, very good strat that we're going to show off in Capital. Okay. Anyway, Capital.
So it's out there.
Here's one benefit of having ammo for this part.
Look, it looks like it's shallow.
Watch
on the
this.
right side.
I'm glad Marlene hired
Where the hell did that awareness indicator come
I
from?
know you guys are getting paid for this.
Well, it turns out there are some enemies out of bounds and not in this area, but can still hear that. So what ends up happening is Joel will start sprinting right now. It's tired sprint, but it's still sprint. Very, very strange, huh? If you didn't fire that shot, he would just, you know, jog up the stairs, but there you can get a tired sprint up there. It saves about a second, maybe a second and a half, firing the bullet and then sprinting up the stairs. But it makes back some of the time lost from acquiring that ammo, you know? Hold on, I know this is annoying, but I'm just gonna do all of that again. Keep moving, keep moving. There we go, looking good. Get the ammo.
Look at this.
I'm gonna push you out of my way. I'm gonna hit triangle. All right, I'll wait for Ellie to move, but that was a little bit bad. And then climb up. Is what it is. We need the ammo.
There we go.
And odds are you are going to loot. You are not going to have any ammo leaving museum. Is what it is.
Just so it's out there,
But again, if you just don't fire a bullet here,
Looks like it's
he'll
shot
maintain the running speed that you just saw up the whole stairs. But I like to wait until he gets here. So then you do that. There are no enemies actually here. It's somewhere out of bounds. Little error by Naughty Dog. But it works in our favor. And then swap approaching the triangle prompt. Okay, now, just like before, you want to... The earliest you can pause, do the restart checkpoint, and you can move Joel right away.
We'll go upstairs. How do I get up from there? Just keep pushing forward.
All right. Now, Joel, at this point, is exhausted sprinting. So as soon as the subtitles pop up on the bottom, right there, see the subtitles? That is a checkpoint. So we're going to make a save file. And it places you right here, but you get all your sprint speed back. So even though you lose a second on the restart checkpoint, you gain it back, and then some, by being able to sprint at full speed. So it is worth it. And it's worth it for a couple reasons. First things first, we need these supplements here before we go forward. Now watch this. Normally, you just pick up the rifle, which is very, very slow. Da-da-da-da-da. Joel's like, yes, this is indeed a rifle. Like he's never seen one before. And then you go on. But watch this. This is the reason we need a revolver bullet here. Isn't that cool?
Fireflies! Pin him down! I got him! Cover the exit! They're heading to the rear exit!
Ow. Damage doesn't really matter much there. And then you go. Ah, yes, this rifle is made of rifle. Yes. Yeah. Isn't that cool? Now, that strategy isn't as, like, obvious as it seems. So what you want to do is you want to get alerted by these guys, but what you want to do is do it, like, late, because if you do it here... You actually can get hit by these guys. Yeah. But that's another thing I mentioned. Don't try and climb over these things, because,
Copy that. You, take out the door.
Naughty Dog never made these things unclimbable for some reason.
Took out 2 of my men. Copy that.
And you will die. Yeah, there's a lot of glitches in this game. So for whatever you do, don't hit X in this area, because you might accidentally jump over. Anyway, they can hit you, but in order to pick up that rifle, you need to be in the alert phase. So basically, when you get right about here, fire a bullet and keep going. Get the supplements, go, and then you want to mash triangle. You want to mash triangle leading up to it. Now, it's not as simple as it looks, because if you don't mash triangle, you can't pick it up. If you wait till the last second to pick it up, you'll still pick it up slowly, like this. See that? And the reason this happened, it mainly has to do with tired sprinting, so it's not as clear-cut as it looks. Your movement has to be clean. You really can't have tired sprint when you're picking up that rifle.
Get away from him!
So get the supplements, go. Now, run towards it and mash triangle. And you'll pick it up normally. As for this area, well, I'll focus on this area in a bit.
Pin him down! I got him! Cover the exit! They're heading to the rear exit!
It kind of is as simple as that, but I'll show off the, we gotta go back here every time we want to do this area.
Took out 2 of my men. Copy that. Run!
And mash like a crazy person. Okay, so for me, this is the cue I use. When this pillar becomes out of sight, that's my cue to stop sprinting. So like,
I got this.
there, and then crouch. I didn't do it right. That's I stopped. That's why it didn't work. But when that pillar becomes out of sight on my screen, that's my cue to stop sprinting and crouch. Now, the reason you don't want to sprint all the way through is because then they'll be aggressive. Now, you need to get alerted. That's just how this area works. You need to get alerted pretty early. It's a bit hard to explain why, but getting alerted is part of the strategy. Mash triangle like a crazy person. There we go. Now, again, stop sprinting right about here, and then crouch.
Fireflies! Pin him down!
Oh, right there, right there. You want to crouch right away. See, right there, I stayed jogging a little bit too long. So, when you get that thing, when you decide it's time to stop sprinting, crouch.
Get out of there!
Whatever, make sure you pick that up. Okay, so right there. Crouch. That guy will run away.
I got him!
That guy will hide behind here. And then you leap over this thing and then go. Now again, another one of those things where when you leap over, you want to hit circle when he lands so you can move him right away again. And then the checkpoint for this spot is right here, like as he's falling. It's right there. It's not indicated by these. It's one of those you just need to know. Like if I restart encounter, it's going to place us at the bottom here.
What are we doing?
And then, yeah. Now, sometimes you don't get that enemy alignment as you're heading towards that hallway. Sometimes there's one in your way. That's why I have the rifle in my hand. If there's an enemy that's still standing and aiming at you, kill him. The rifle can hold 7 bullets, and you pick that thing up with 6. Now, there's a shiv door in Billstown where there's 3 bullets inside. So you can technically use 2 bullets in this building and still be okay. If everything goes right, you don't need to use any at all. But, yeah. I keep the rifle out as a just in case.
Run, Ellie!
Also, I should mention, notice how I'm aiming, like how I'm shooting. I'm not letting go of sprint and then doing that.
Get away!
I'm aiming and shooting while I have sprint held down. It keeps his momentum going a little bit more compared to if you just let go of it. So that's also kind of important. All right, so judging on the pillar, crouch.
Fireflies!
Start up again right about there once you see that they're like crouched and shit. Leap over this thing. And go. And then checkpoint right there. That's about all there is to that area. Hopefully that's a lot simpler than it looks, and hopefully it works for you, but yeah. The top floor strat may not be perfect, but it's pretty good, I think. Okay, now for this area. This area is surprisingly consistent.
Joel, how are we gonna get out of here?
We're gonna go through that
If you
hall.
took any damage, there's some
Stay
health
down.
right there.
How many more there are?
They have to come through here. Comb the area.
Joel, where's the exit?
Move it!
Now that strat is like, as I call it, sketch city. Like, oh my god, that's consistent? Yeah, it actually is. So first things first, you want to pick up this full rag right here.
Joel, how are we gonna get out of here?
But you don't want to just pick it up like that. You want to pick it up
Stay down. I don't know
like
how many
that.
there are.
Because then he won't do like the reaching out animation, and you can pick it up from a little bit further away. So it looks like this.
What are we doing?
Oop,
Joel, how are we
too
gonna
far.
get out of here?
Okay. That was a little too far away.
What are we doing?
There we go, see that? So mid-transition between guns, I'm mashing triangle. Once I see it on screen, I know I picked it up. And there's also, you can hear it get picked up as well.
What are we doing? Joel, how
Right there, see that? Now also right there, you want to crouch.
Stay down, I don't know how many more there are.
Check it out.
Because,
Joel, there's the...
I see you.
yeah. While that may have worked there, that isn't, no, that just isn't pretty. So,
What are we doing?
get the rag, crouch, and then go. That way you're not alerted, or almost alerted, and then crouch in the doorway.
Comb the area.
And then, when you get to this corner of this desk, go. Now that enemy right there will only fire at you one time, and he will miss. If he fires at you a second time, the game hates you, okay? It just does. But he shouldn't do that. I could do this 10 times in a row. I think he will never shoot me a second time, and he'll always miss the first shot. But what makes it work is when you do decide to start sprinting, well, not decide, you want to start sprinting when you hit the little corner of that crate. You want to hug the right side and then like run into that guy and go out the door. If you hug the left side, it doesn't work as well. Let me show you. I'll show you a couple things that can go wrong.
What are we doing?
One thing that can go wrong is if you run too far forward, they'll think that they spotted you, and then
Stay down, I don't know how many more there are.
You have to come through. Let's check it out. Comb the area.
yeah, that can happen. So when you pick up this rag right here, make sure you don't run too far forward,
Joel, how are we
like
gonna get
so.
out of here?
Crouch here, and then you gotta crouch like right in the doorway, because if you go a little too far,
You have to come through here. I hear him.
that happens, and you don't want that to happen, obviously. So putting everything together, don't run too far forward.
Joel, how are we gonna get out of here?
Crouch here, then sprint.
Go through that hall.
You can pick up the health
I
there.
don't know how many more there are.
Crouch right here,
Come through here.
and then when you get to the corner of this crate, sprint. But if you hug the left side,
The exit.
yeah, that. So while this is consistent, it is specific.
Joel,
Pick
how
that
are we
up.
gonna get out of here?
Don't get almost alerted by that guy. Crouch, sprint,
Through that hall.
pick up the health if you need
Stay
it.
down, I don't know how many more there are.
Crouch,
You have to come through here. Comb the
and
area.
then sprint, hug the right side,
There's the exit.
and then go. Ow, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Hurry!
I never said the strat was perfect, but it's consistent. And like I mentioned before, they are very bad shots when they're shooting you in your back. Okay? How about one more time without me getting shot?
Joel, how are we gonna get out of here?
Crouch. The crouch is good because it's kind of hard to maneuver through that doorway anyway.
More there are.
You have to come through here.
Now what this crouch also does is it regains some of his sprint speed.
Joel, there's the exit.
There we go. That's just a little grazed. Ow! Stop it. That was weird. It was probably the guy guarding the exit.
What are we doing?
All right, I'll tell you when
Joel, how are
I'll
we
tell
gonna
you
get
when
out
an
of
encounter is to my standards.
We're gonna go through that
So
hall.
far, these have been a little weird.
Stay down, I don't know how many more there are.
Crouch.
You have to come through here. Comb the area.
here? Joel, there's the exit.
I see it.
Follow me.
That guy guarding the exit is acting weird. Yeah, that was good enough. I'm gonna do it one more time. The guy should be shooting me earlier. I wonder if it's because I have the camera off of him.
We're gonna go through that hall. Stay down, I don't know how many more there are.
At least everything up until here, you understand why we need to do it the way we do it. And again, this gives him some sprint speed back. You know what it could be? I think I'm waiting. Okay. I think you need to start sprinting a little bit earlier than what I'm doing.
Joel, how are
I
we
think
gonna
that's
get out
what
of
I'm. I think that's what's going on here.
We're gonna go through that hall.
Sorry, I don't mean to troubleshoot like as I'm making a tutorial.
Come through here.
Yeah, you don't need to wait to crouch walk that long. You can do it from here.
here? There's the exit.
There's the bullet fired, and then yeah.
Follow me.
All right, yeah. Okay, so you don't need to crouch walk that far. All
are we
right,
doing?
everything put together now. Get that. Don't get almost alerted by them. Crouch here. sprint again,
Go through that hall.
crouch in the doorway, not past it,
They have to come through.
and then sprint right about here, hug the right side.
There's the exit.
It might be all the restart encounters that are making the area weird. And then go. That's what the strat is, alright. Sorry, I didn't show that off the best. Okay, this military turret can hit you and kill you. So what you want to do is when you're sprinting away, hug the right wall. Like, really hug the right wall, and then get behind cover as quick as you can. It's very, very weird. But yeah, that turret, if you're just running in the middle of the stairs, can hit you, and most of the time will hit you. Hug the right wall. And hug it as much as you can.
I wasn't lying to you.
You spot him? No. Place is empty.
Alright, wait for the encounter to begin. There it is. And restart checkpoint or encounter, doesn't matter which one. And the reason for this one, it places the enemies in a little bit of a different spot, but also, for some reason, Naughty Dog made it so that as long as you're doing this first try, Joel will always have his tired sprint in the subway. This restart checkpoint right here gives it back to him. So, all in all, it should look like this.
Get him!
Now, this is another one of those strategies that is definitely like Sketch City. But that's how it typically goes. That was perfect. All right, so what you do is you hold down sprint and you hold the left stick in an upright direction. And then you mash X to leap over it, and you keep sprint held down, and you run past those two. And that's pretty much it. There are some things that can go wrong, like if it's held too high, he sprints in the wrong direction. Or he'll leap over in the wrong direction. You see, it still works. But if you leap too far to the right, that's where you really get problems. Hold on. If you leap too far to the right. Yeah, that. So you want to leap at a specific angle, which is right around here. Basically, don't make it too far forward or else it's weird. Don't make it too far to the right, or else, yeah, they'll clip you. You know what? Let me make a file here, because there's some other things I need to talk about. Let's do that again. Oh, God. Nope, still works. I think what happens sometimes with that is the one soldier is blocking the aim of the other one in the back. But yeah, when you get here, you want to keep sprint held down, and you want to go through this part.
Hey, I can't swim.
We'll figure something.
And then you want to leap over. And then you want to climb on this train cart. This train cart. Because that will make it so he can sprint here. And then you go for the pallet over there. Now, sometimes the game doesn't allow you to climb that. You can get shot running away, but it doesn't usually happen. Now, I want to test a theory that I've always had. If you don't exit through that door specifically...
Hey, I can't swim.
Remember, I went to the left after that first door. I'm pretty sure if I were to climb the train car now... No, it still lets you, but Joel looks really weird.
Ellie?
He's not sprinting, that's the thing. He's not sprinting, yeah. It does something to the encounter if you don't go out that first door on the left in the train cart. Okay. That's a pretty consistent strat, right? Or, but yeah, when you get right here, go out this door. It makes it so the encounter is still maintained and he can sprint at the top of the train cart. Yeah, resurface. There's that.
Ellie?
Then he's sprinting. And you go for the pallet. You don't have to look at Ellie. It doesn't make her go any faster. Now, Ellie can only hop on this thing once she's finished saying, hey, look, it still works. And I should mention, sometimes you just can't climb the train. I don't know why. I haven't been able to pinpoint the reason. But if you do exactly as I did here, you should be okay.
Hey, look, it still works.
Get on.
Really?
Ellie.
Right.
Okay.
Now, the pallets in this game are really bad. I recommend placing the pallet this way. Don't place it against the wall like this way or this way. Place it forward. Because they can glitch out a lot. Well, where like the collision against the wall is weird. It just...
Be careful.
When you're placing a pallet against the wall or a ledge, place it this way. It's unlikely it'll glitch out because they can glitch out. All right, it's not like there's nothing to do here. After you place her against there, you need to go over here and collect 5 more supplements, which are right there. Now, there is a checkpoint here. As you can see, there is a checkpoint here. When it goes from 1 minute down to less than 1 minute, restart checkpoint, and it will place you all the way over here. Now, the reason you want to go for those supplements right away is if you pick them up, if you pick up those supplements after the checkpoint has been hit, you won't have them. But as you can see, you have more than enough time. You can pick them up in the water. And, yeah, then Ellie, like, walks over here and then points the flashlight this way. That's your cue to, I like how the pallet's over there. That's funny. But yeah. Make sure you pick up those supplements very quickly. And then once the checkpoint is hit, and you can tell that when it goes from 1 minute to less than 1 minute, restart checkpoint, it places you right here. Now, this is very convenient, but look at this. There's just a med kit right here. And one of those things, to avoid having to crouch to pick it up, equip your rifle, and he'll just pick it up without having to crouch for it. But super convenient. There's 2 med kits, one you get in slums and one you get here, and you didn't have to craft either of them. And this is the amount of ammo you should be leaving with. It's, again, you can have 4 rifle bullets and still be okay. The rifle can only hold 7. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Outside Through Capital. Some areas I made things a little bit more complicated than they really are, but I'd say the most complicated thing is the museum fight, where it's like, if you have 3 revolver bullets, do this strat. If you have 2 revolver bullets, do this strat, and here's what can go wrong and the reason we killed them in a certain order and stuff like that. That was probably the most complicated thing, but yeah, I didn't do a good job showing off Capital, but you gotta trust me, those strats are pretty consistent, okay? They'll work for you. They will. But yeah, that is Outside Through Capital. And look forward to the next part where we will do the entirety of Billstown. Hope you learned something. Please learn something so it justifies all my time here. All right. See you guys. Bye. I did a really crappy job of showing off Capital. I don't know why it was behaving so strangely. I have no idea. But you guys can vouch for me. The bottom floor of Capital doesn't usually kill runs, right? Alright, we're at 5 hours uptime. I'm done for the night. My throat's sore as well. That's my theory too. It had to do with the restart encounters. That's what I think. Alright, I'll get both of those uploaded. And, yeah, we'll be back here. Well, not here. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Someone talk me through this. Tomorrow's my YouTube stream, but it's just gonna be this. So, should I cancel the YouTube stream and just do this here? Because I'm just gonna be doing this. We'll be doing Billstown and probably start of Pittsburgh through Searchlight. I guess I could do the tutorial, but everyone's going to be coming in just be like, why aren't you acknowledging my comment? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? There are going to be people who have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I'll even get the occasional, why are you streaming on YouTube? So, and when I'm recording, I'm not acknowledging anyone. Speaking of which, Brian the Goof, thank you for a 15-month resub. Sobi1, thank you for a 34-month resub at Tier 3. Thank you very, 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 very much for that. Tier 3. And Angry Sun, thank you for a 65-month resub. Thank you very, very much. God. Alright, I guess I'll just do this on YouTube tomorrow, I guess. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna postpone the YouTube stream and just do it here because it literally just doesn't matter. I'm not doing an entertaining stream. I don't have to be live streaming this. I just am, just because. In case you wanted to watch it all live. But, yeah, when I get through with these videos, then we can get back to speedrunning and strat discovering and all that. When it comes to just this, it doesn't... Yeah, I think I'm just going to cancel the YouTube stream tomorrow. I'll still be live here, just because, but... for giving people, like, the streaming experience, I'm not going to be acknowledging anyone. And when I'm making these, I would much rather just, like, be a little more comfortable. No, I think I'm just going to skip it this week. Again, I don't always make tutorials. You know, this is specific to this week. So I might even stream Sunday to get these out of the way. I just want to feel a little more comfortable. So I'm not ditching the YouTube streams. It's just... these aren't my typical streams, you know. I can't acknowledge anybody while I'm doing this shit. Yeah, and tomorrow we got Billstown and Pittsburgh, mainly. Oh, man. All right, I'm rambling a bit. I'm most likely going to be on here tomorrow. Will Billstown take long to explain? Yes, quite a bit. The high school itself is probably going to take about an hour. Whatever. I will feel like $1,000,000 when this is all finished. And if everything in the PC version is different, I'm going to... no. I'm going to be pissed. God, I hope most of it is the same. Please. Please. Can the AI be exactly the same, please? Oh, God. All right, yeah, I'm tired. All right. of the hotel strat. Which part are you struggling on? If I had to take a wild guess, I would say the brick distraction. Yeah, I knew that one because it's kind of difficult. I use dialogue to know when to throw the brick. And then I do a sprint leap and I hit circle in the middle of the window. Like as I'm leaping over the window. But I throw the brick at that specific part of the wall. When he says, what's the dialogue? This tourist, what is it? This tourist put up one hell of a fight. The moment, like, either throw it at the beginning or the end of the word tourist, have it hit a specific part of the wall, do a sprint leap, and then crouch in the window, and everything should work. It has more to do with the timing of the throw. If you're copying from my record, everything else should be, once you get to like the second floor, everything should be fine. All right. I'm exhausted. Mentally, I am exhausted. Yeah, I am going to bed. Well, I'm going to upload and then go to bed. But thank you guys for 12 follows, 28 subs. I'm very surprised at that. Thank you guys. And let's do this again tomorrow and get a good chunk of the game out of the way. Sounds like a plan, right? All right. I'll see you guys. Bye.